Welcome to the All Ears Live Online Studio Workshop and Exhibition event happening to you live from Nautilus Studios, Sagarias, Namibia. 5 days in studio, room full of musicians, and yes, you the audience. Be sure to link in and check us on Facebook at All Ears Nam and on Instagram _Nam. Today I'm joined by Gernot, the head engineer of Nautilus Studios and also the engineer for the All Ears Week project.
Hi, Ogust. How are you?
All good, man.
Yeah, no, we are very excited. We've been working on this for a number of weeks, getting everything ready, getting everything prepared, and today is finally the day where we get to roll the cameras and show the world what's going on here.
So it's day one. What are you expecting for today?
So day one is a bit of a chilled one. We're taking the whole day to set up the band in the room. So because we're recording everybody in the same room, there's a lot of signals to manage, there's a lot of microphones, there's a lot of instruments, and they're each have different levels. So today we're just going to find the right tones, we're going to find the right placement in the room, find a layout where all the musicians can see each other, where they can hear each other, and then refine the tones, getting the drum tone that we want, getting the guitar tones that we want. And along the way we're going to delve into the specifics a bit on microphone choices, on what are we listening for, and I'm also very excited today that I've got Adam Brandon Kirby joining us. He's one of the best, probably the best live engineer in the country, and he's going to be helping us with all of the signal management with microphones, and him and I are basically just going to nerd out a little bit about gear and about mics and positions and acoustics and drums. And Adam's also a phenomenal drummer himself. So,
wow.
So yeah, today we're going to start with the drum set because that's one of the more complicated instruments. A drum set isn't really one instrument; it's a number of individual instruments that work together as a unit. So you can throw 20, 30 microphones on a drum set if you want to, but for this production we're working in a limit of 20 channels. So we dedicated 7 of those channels to the drum set. And that's what we're going to be starting off with right now, is to see what are we going to do with those 7 channels and how can we get the best sound out of the drum set.
So as a head engineer, your role basically, what would be for the week?
As a head engineer, I am responsible for the sound of the entire production and of the songs that we're going to be producing here. So most of the time I will be behind the mixer,
right,
running the program, recording, and giving cues to the band of when they should start, when to stop, what to play, and working together with the producers and the assistant engineer to make sure that everything runs smoothly.
And it's day one.
It's day one. Yeah.
So what's happening on day one today?
Day one is, like I was saying, just the setup so far, because the setup does take a long time.
True, yeah.
We have a lot of signals to manage, a lot of cables. We actually brought up every single cable.
So this will be live. You can see this live.
Yeah, we can see this live happening. So once everything is sounding good and the band is feeling great and they can hear themselves and they can see each other, then we're basically starting tomorrow for the first song, just coming in and getting and starting, right? No fussing about signals. So we're ready, fresh in the morning, tomorrow 2 o'clock to start recording the first song.
Guys, there you have it. It's the first day. Be sure to check us out on Facebook. That is All Ears Nam, and Instagram All Ears _Nam. Stay tuned for more.
guys. How are you doing? Welcome to All Ears Nam. I'm Adam Brandon Kirby, and this is Gernot. You just saw him in an interview.
Hello.
What's up, Gernot?
Hi.
Nice to be in your studio.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank you so much for
allowing
helping
me
us.
to come. Yeah.
What are
Here
we
we
going
are.
to do today?
We're gonna start with our drum kit, and we're going to set it up. We're gonna tune it into our preferences, and then we're gonna bring in our drummer, and we're gonna get him comfortable, and then after that we're gonna give him a ears mix, and get him going, and then we're gonna move on to some guitars, and
Awesome.
you're gonna take us through that.
Yeah. Let's
So
do it.
here we are in live room A
Live room
of
A.
Nautilus Studio. You maybe want to give them a swing around of the room.
Let me show you the room.
That's what we got so far. I'm gonna go that way.
So,
As you can see, you'll notice on our right hand side we have mostly a mess of drums, but when we move that in, we're gonna have line instruments on our left, your right, so that we didn't have to baffle on this side. So there's no bleed from the drum kit to these instruments. And you'll notice as we go across the room to your left, our right, from the front of house position, right, Gernot, the control room, your left, we have a baffle between our drum kit and our guitar amps, because we're going to be miking these guitar amps. So we're trying to sort of manage the high frequency energy off the cymbals and the snare crack and all the really loud things off the drum kit. We want to try and minimize that, so we set up this baffle here to sort of try and control that energy.
yeah.
And if you swing more around to over here, you can see we have all our vocal mics set up, but we have this baffle ready to go, so that when we want to move on to recording vocals, we're going to try to slip that in there and create a smaller room vibe.
Nice.
Right? As you can see, me and Gernot came in here and we did some cable management.
Oh yeah. Like
Right.
show them your handiwork.
So cable management is really important. If you're going to run anything down the middle in a studio, try to tape it to the ground. Make sure no one can bump anything. You're not going to get any noises. You're not going to get any issues halfway through a tracking session. So that's where we are now. And I'm going to take you through some drum tuning and drum setup. So I'll start with the smallest tom. Right.
Cool. Yeah. While he puts the tom down, I'm gonna tell you guys a little bit about this room. So, one of the reasons that studios are still around, is oh yeah, here we go. You need to see me, right? Okay. There we go. Hi. There's nobody in here, so. Whoop. So, in today's day and age, we can do a lot of things in home studios. We can do a lot of things on laptops. We can do a lot of things with small interfaces. But one of the challenging things that still remains is recording drums, right? And with drums, it's all about the room. It's all about the room. It's all about the space. How does the air breathe? How does the sound breathe in the room? So this room.
The other biggest thing is your neighbors.
And your neighbors.
How much they complain, you know?
So how long do you want to keep your neighbors awake? Because sometimes the inspiration strikes in the middle of the night, and then you want to record.
Not only sometimes, most of the time.
Most of the time, right? So this room itself it's not the biggest room in the world. It's a decent size. As you can probably hear from the sound, it's not a dead room. It still has a bit of echo. And for drums, that's great. They can.
Yeah, you want a bit of life left over. If it's too dead, it kind of loses a lot of character.
Exactly. So we placed the drum set in the middle of the room here. Why did we do that, Adam?
Well, so I walked in here and obviously wanted to run around with a tom or something to find a nice sounding space for the drum, because this is the big acoustic instrument in the room, the big elephant in the room, basically. And obviously when you come to a studio like this and you haven't been here every day, there's someone who has, and that's Gernot. So instead of doing that, I just asked Gernot, listen, where is the best spot for the drum kit? And he said, right down the middle.
Right down the middle.
But one of the reasons for that will be that we're quite equidistant from the two main side walls, and that means your bounce is going to be similar in any kind of overhead or anything that's super sensitive. So equidistant in the room is usually probably a good starting point.
Yeah. And then we don't want to be in the middle of the room, but we want to be a little bit kind of tucked over, so we have some space in front of the drums to manage, and to have some space actually. Drummer can sit right against the wall there. So
off we go.
Off we go.
Let's do some drum tuning.
Let's do some
Let's
drum
get
tuning.
it to sound good, right?
Yeah, let's get some good sound. So good sound, where does good sound come from? Good sound comes from the hands, obviously, comes from the musician. But
it starts there.
The next thing that it hits is the actual instrument itself.
is this
So-
skin.
We want to make sure that the instruments that we're using are sounding the best that they can.
So we have a high quality drum kit with some maple. What's
Yeah, I
this?
think this is
Bird's eye maple.
Well,
Isn't
this
it?
is just a veneer on it, but the drum set itself is made from maple and
birch.
walnut.
Walnut and birch, isn't it?
I think it's maple and walnut. This
Oh,
one.
so there's a couple plies,
Yeah.
and they alternating plies most likely, and this brand here has a very nice curve on the top of the drum, which helps maintain tuning.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Great drum set. It sounds really good. I've tapped it a bit. I'm also a drummer, so I enjoy it. I played it on the other day. Really great feeling, and that's one of the other things in your studio. If you're gonna have a drum set, have something worthwhile, because
Yeah.
that drummer will feel it out, you know. And,
Yeah.
and the better it feels, the better performance you're gonna get out of them. Honestly, I mean, you know
Exactly.
that. And the next thing is high quality skins.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me actually zoom in a little bit on
Yeah,
that.
let's
for
get
you-
a little bit
for-
of a zoom on here. I see, Gernot, that you have this funny tuning thing that I'm going to also include in our video.
Yes, do that.
Like- Here's a funny tuning thing. Can you
Yeah.
see that? The funny tuning. Tension, watch. I'm not a believer, but maybe today I will be changed into one. So I'll do it with my ear, but I can cross-check it with this tension thing if you dig. So we'll have that here as a display item on the left-hand side.
All right.
You're right.
So
my left.
I'm gonna zoom in. So guys, we're gonna keep it rough and dirty for this thing. Here we go. There's some zoomage.
You got some nice
Yeah,
vibe.
we got some vibes. So tell us about
all about
this
the vibes.
tom.
Okay, so first of all, you're gonna try to have high quality heads, which is skins, heads, vellums, all sorts of names for it. In this case, we have some Aquarian texture coated. Great sounding heads. They're nice and thick. I think they're like a couple of plies. They sound quite meaty. And the other thing I've noticed is this bottom skin is also a Remo Ambassador, which is actually would be my choice for a bottom skin. Often when you buy drums, you get a pretty thin head on the bottom, and that makes it sound pretty papery. So in this case, we've got thicker heads on the bottom. I don't know if you got the kit with these skins,
Yes,
Gernot?
those are the skins that the kit came
The
with,
bottom
actually.
skins.
Yeah.
It honestly looks like you took the tops and put them on the bottom. But
Oh.
it's nice to feel a decent head on the bottom of a drum, and that gives your toms a lot of tone. So I'm really glad we have that. So I always start, when I tune a drum, I start with the bottom head. Because these two heads, essentially, when you hit the drum, can you see my hands? Yeah,
Yes.
you can. When you hit this drum, you want the heads to kind of move in unison, like that. And they should level off similar. And what you're trying to achieve with your tuning is a pitch, bend, and fall.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a note, but and it has a pitch, right?
Yeah.
And then it should go ooh,
Yes.
right?
Exactly.
And then you know you've sort of got a good tom tuning. If you have something out of whack between the two heads, you get these long, like
Yes.
When you get that long note, that's usually to do with the bottom head
Yeah.
being out of
Because
tune.
there's a resonance that builds up
Exactly.
inside the drum, right?
And if
Yeah.
you want to find the resonance of your drum as a dude at home with your drum kit, you can just tap the shell, and you'll get an idea. You'll
I
get
didn't even
you
know
get an
that.
idea of sort of where this thing wants to live. You know, this one I've tuned a little bit, so you'll hear that,
That's the same fundamental.
and you can hear that it wants to sort of resonate with this wood, and that's what you're kind of looking for. You want this tom and the skins to move in the place where this wood wants to sort of resonate.
Yes.
And that's how you're going to get the thickest tone out of your drum kit.
Yeah.
So-
the natural resonance of the shell.
So
itself.
this one I have tuned, but I'm going to go through it quickly with you guys. I'll always start at the bottom head, right? What you want to do is have a stick. I sometimes use the tuning key. And what you want to do is you want to go around and sort of get everything even first. By the way I do it, and you could use this tension machine that Gernot's put in front of me. But the way
that's
I
for
do
the
it,
that's for the amateurs like me that don't know how to tune drums properly.
you see, like I was an amateur too once, but then I
Yeah.
hacked this for ages and ages, and then you slowly get better.
Nice.
It doesn't happen overnight, guys, but if you try again, one day you'll have a good drum tuning. So what I do is I'm just using my ear, a key, or a stick, and first of all I want to hear where I should be. Then I want to get all of these even. So if you were starting from scratch, you'd have this off, you'd put a new skin on, right?
And then you finger tighten them first,
And then you
right?
pop your hoop on, yeah, and then I would go finger tight all the way and try to get them sort of even as a starting point. So then if I do one turn here and one turn there and do the same everywhere,
Yeah.
it's gonna sort of be more or less even. And then when I get it tight and I can hear a sound out of it, I can go around and I can find out what's happening.
Yeah.
So this tom, I will lift it off the chair. I just use my chair as my
Yes.
my holder, you know, and I will go start at one that I really like and I feel is close to that. Okay. It's decent. It sounds like it's resonant. You can hear a little bit of resonance, and I want that. Okay. So I'm just gonna go through. It's best to choose one as your reference and try get all of them even to the one. So almost like changing a tire on your car. You do the one opposite. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
I'm going to choose this one. It sounds pretty decent. You can hear this one is higher than that one. So
This
all
one's a
you're
bit
going to
flat,
do,
yeah.
exactly, all you're going to do is
Tighten it a
come up
little
very
bit.
little.
Yeah.
This drums I found is quite sensitive, so you can still go a little bit more. And if you hear the resonance and you turn it, you'll hear it going up and down, you know. It's
Yeah,
quite
yeah, I heard
sensitive.
that,
It's
yeah.
more sensitive than people expect. You can hear as I go around the drum, it's starting to sound very even. I like to do this quite a lot, go around a few times and just make sure nothing really pops out. So that bottom skin for me is pretty cool.
Is it necessary to sometimes like push down on
Yeah,
it?
when
to,
the
like,
skin's new.
when the skin
Which
is
we're going to
new?
do with the top head
Alright,
now.
okay.
So also to get the skin to seat, you can hear, if I push that one, you don't get
it
much of those
crackles a
crackles.
little bit,
You
yeah,
get it
it's,
get one, but you'll notice when I flip to the top head how I'm going to get quite a bit of that. So I'm quite happy with the bottom head, so I'll flip over and I'll just check the relationship between the two heads, because this is the important part. You can be away from your Tom's preferred tuning, but the skins still need to move together.
Yes.
So, you know, I just use that as a starting point and then go from there. So I flip over to the top. Here's a brand new skin. We've played it a little bit, you know, just to check out what's going on in some rehearsals. But this is a pretty new skin. So this skin, it's like a guitar string. You're going to tune your guitar and then you're going to play it for 2 seconds and it's going to be out of tune
Exactly,
again.
because the string has to stretch a bit.
Exactly,
And the same with the skin.
and what you guys do is along the neck of your guitar, you pull the string and move up and pull the string and you try to stretch that string out. Same with the drum, very simple. You go in there, you get a nice solid surface, and what I do is I take the palm of my hand and I do some CPR on the drum, and I just get it to and don't be scared to push it, guys. Nothing's gonna break. These things get hit for years and they don't break. So I'm just loosening out the skin. I don't want it to crackle, and I want it to seat really nice on the curve at the top of the wood of this rim. Once it's seated nicely, it's gonna be very happy and it's gonna stay in tune a bit longer. So luckily we've played this drum in a little bit. It seems cool. Now my tuning is going to be a bit wonky because I've now done that. Okay, here we go on the top skin. Same thing. And then we can test Gernot's measurement tool here and see how far off I actually am in reality. This one's a bit?
That one was a bit sharp.
Yeah, a bit high, yeah?
a
So
little
down a
bit
little bit, yeah? Now it's too far down. So I'm just running through this quickly now. Cool.
Sounds
Okay,
good.
so now we have what we think is a good sounding tom. Your camera's a bit low. Could you just lift a little bit so I can also speak up here?
Do that. So yeah, now we can
So
go to more.
the next move, and I hope your limiters are ready for this one, Gernot. So next move is to start hitting with a stick. Hit it in the place the drummer would hit it, and start to sound how it actually sounds. You know, you want to know what it's doing. So. So I'm hearing a little bit of sort of, what would you call it, paper? Just a bit of. There's a little bit of that. So I'm just going to run through and just see if I can sort of find
Get
out.
a little bit closer.
It's that one right here. You can hear it. So this guy needs to come up. It's just a bit loose. So that spot on the resonant head, which is this guy, is a little bit loose here.
Yes.
And that's why we're getting that little bit of fart sound.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So it's quite far down actually. I don't know how we missed that. We should be fired.
Yeah, it's probably like with tuning guitars. There's an interaction between all of these. So what you do on the one side.
Yeah, and
it
also
affects
yeah,
what
exactly.
happens on the
Like
other
when I
side.
touched it after it was ringing, how drastically it changed. But also when I did this and I pushed down all this pressure, so it could have been high pressure, loose pressure, and then this little guy just pop back a bit. You know what I mean? So it's really
it's a back and forth.
It's a real back and forth with drums, and it's not like a guitar where you have a tuner and this is just how it is. It's E, G, whatever.
D,
E, A, G. Yeah. So guitars are way easier. Is what I'm trying to explain to everybody. Drums is where it's at. That one's weird.
That one's a little bit sharper.
Sharp. You're right. Sorry, I was wrong.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Much. Going closer. Still a little bit.
So I'm already sensing that if you do this properly, it takes a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, a real while. People. I mean, you run a studio, don't you? People don't understand the actual time you have to put in beforehand, like laying these cables, thinking about the production, just getting it all in your head so that you can make some decisions beforehand to save the artist who's coming to record time, because they pay for the time here.
Because as engineers, what we're trying to do is we're trying to take all of the obstacles, all of the technical obstacles out of the artist's way.
And as many as we can think of beforehand to eliminate or just sort of have a plan for is going to save you a lot of time in the end. And what that does is it saves the client's pocket.
It does.
That's what it does. So as a studio owner or an engineer in a studio, you want to be as prepared as you can with the information you have.
Yes.
And make plans and be proactive. Think about it before you get there.
Yes.
Like we did last night. We discussed a whole bunch of things and made a whole bunch of changes this morning because we both came to the same conclusion. And we decided we wanted closer toms, for instance, and stuff. So that's that. So let's get through this drum tune. Now that we're here, we're going to grab this thing and Gernot's going to show me how this magical
I'm going to zoom in on that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's have a look.
The magical tuning device. Oh, there's a little pin down here, okay.
Yeah, so you have
to
move
calibrate
it. You first put it on a flat surface and then you calibrate
so a rock hard surface like this piece
like
of wood
that.
here, would you, is this tape in the way by any chance? Always have some tape.
That's cool.
Right?
Tape
in the studio, eh?
Yeah.
If you don't have tape, you go buy some.
So now you level it out and then you just put it on 0.
Okay, and that's you use this for that, yeah?
The actual ring.
What's
the actual ring around it?
This part.
Wait a second.
Oh, this part here.
That part, yeah. So 0 it out, and just so I can see, like your hand is in the way. There we go. So now it's on 0.
A little bit. I have an alarm apparently going, Gernot. Even though my phone's on silent. Thanks, alarm.
We take it as it comes.
I apologize for that, everybody on All Ears Nam stream. So we're on 0, right?
That's 0, yeah.
We're 0 to wood.
0 to that flat.
0 to wood.
As flat as that wood is, I suppose.
Yeah.
So now let's put it on the drum and see.
The wood's very tense. Okay. So now this thing has a little pin. Can you see there? That little pin is what's doing our measurement. And this just sits flat on the drum head, and I can move it around the head, I assume, and...
Exactly. You keep it about 1 centimeter away from the side. So about a finger's width. And then you can... So what do we have?
So here we go. We've got 50.
50.
Yeah?
Ooh. 60 over
60.
there.
So let's have a listen with our ears just to, like, because you got to have a relationship with your ears, don't you? It's right, isn't it?
It is
okay,
right.
so let's use it to get us even closer. Then again, guys, perfection isn't everything. Like, sometimes a little bit of detuned 1 or 2 is kind of nice, actually. But we just don't want any fart sounds and any of that stuff. We want to get it tonally cool for our ears. So we're going to go ahead and tighten this bad boy. No, loosen.
Loosen. Yeah, so you probably need to pick it up once and then put it down again. There we go. Now I can see it. There we go.
So according to this, didn't know it would need a reset every time. That's interesting, eh? So we're getting there. Oh, there we go. Okay, so 50. Oh, sometimes it just needs to be seated properly. So just under 50. Just under 50 here. This one's apparently way out. I should probably put it the same distance, hey?
Yes, same distance.
So this one's again 6. So it looked like we were actually closer to 60 on the rest. Yeah. This one's a bit higher. I'm quite close though. Okay, so we can tell these two need to drop a little bit. Tiny bit. And this is interesting because we're going to see how much of a difference we could make with this tool. It seems to be quite difficult, hey?
We might actually end up just trusting our ears, won't we?
Yeah, probably. But let's have a look. So is that even going down? Not really. It's very good at measuring this one. So, just quickly, I'm just going to try to get the whole skin even. Just try to go up with these two. Cool, we're at about 60 something, 60. These ones need to go down. So we give them a half turn down each until we get it more or less 60, just over 60, 60. This one can go tighter. Ooh, there it goes. It's following along. That's what you want to see. And a little bit tighter. And then we're going to see how that sounds now that we've done.
So now we have the trained ear.
According to this thing, we're
versus
closer
the science
now.
gizmo.
Yeah, and this is something our friend Anesh loves, right? Is this why you bought this thing?
Well, I found that at Cash Crusaders actually for a bargain. So.
Oh, you're kidding? Someone else did not like it, I guess. Okay, well, that's cool, right? Now we hit the song, and we were hoping to get rid of that, right? There's a bit from our top skin now, but the bottom skin is not doing it anymore at all. So that's a good sign, because now we're hearing it because the bottom skin's a bit tighter. We tightened it. So it's pushing back on the top skin a little bit. So that's, as the skins go down, the bottom skin's returning faster and then pushing the top skin up, right? It's not naturally flowing together. It's going, this one comes up and this one's still going down and then, right? That's probably why we're getting this.
Stiffness now.
That one's really weird. So this one's going to come down, that one's going to go up. And then we're going to move through the rest of the kit fast, eh? Okay, this is also loose right now, so I'm going to put this on the rack.
Okay.
And we're going to start comparing the toms.
Yeah.
And sort of, the next thing with drum tuning is obviously just get them sound good together as well.
Yes.
They don't have to be perfect to their shell and all of that. You want it to sound cool if you do a roll, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to go
So
over
let's
and pop
let's put the toms on the kit so far.
Yeah.
We've kind of pre-tuned some of the other toms.
Yeah,
already.
we're looking pretty close. Not unhappy at all. Okay, now we're just going to go through these and sort of start to hear their relationship, yeah? Also, I'm using a different stick than earlier. This one is much more forgiving. The drummer will have to come and make sure this is comfortable for him again. We'll get there. Okay, these are really cool. That's really
I like
cool.
those. I really like the sound of those, yes.
Getting the vibration off the, you can hear it come out the back here.
Yeah.
Another thing is, remember that drums are picked up by overheads, which means if you hear one rattle somewhere, go and find it.
Yes.
Do it before you press record, because you will regret it.
You will
Especially
hear that rattle somewhere.
under that compression that drums need, you know, you're gonna get a lot of that tone, and you want that tone, but if there's a rattle in there.
Yeah, or a squeaky thing. We also always make sure that we have some oil around in case a kick drum pedal has a squeak on it.
A little bit of a Q20, yeah.
Yes,
if you don't
exactly.
have Q20 as an engineer, then you should buy some Q20. Or not be an engineer. Sound engineer, that is. Yeah, building's different. So I'm happy with those two.
Yeah, me too.
The bottom skin on this floor, maybe we could use our tool again. Eh? What do you think?
Yeah, let's
Just
try
to
it.
quickly
I'm gonna
get
just
through
take
it.
this right out of the way for you.
Just gonna take these little beautiful little dampeners. What are these called? Moon gels. Moon gels. I'm gonna put them on the snare for now, so I can manhandle this tom. I hope we are good on time. I looked over to the producer and he said thumbs up. He's a good guy. I don't know if he's been introduced yet. Okay, let's get to our tool because it's fun, right?
Yes. So I'm just going to put the symbol out of the way so we can see something.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
So we're gonna fly through this. Probably not gonna talk as much anymore.
So let's keep them equidistant about a finger's width.
Cool. Okay.
away.
I know what this one is now. Move to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see which one we like. Just
Yeah.
to like the sound
Exactly.
of. That's too high. This one. This one's actually nice.
Yeah, that's a nice low.
Okay, we've chosen this one, me and Gernot together. And when you're working with other engineers, try to make decisions together.
Yeah.
It'll help you in the long run.
4 ears is always better than 2.
It'll also prevent any, in near the end of the process, it'll prevent any "I told you so's," and that's not worth it, is it? Right. So
Exactly.
work together on decisions so that you feel like you're going forward together, and you'll end up getting a much better product that way, right?
Exactly.
That's what I think, at least. So yeah, we're about 60 here, 60 there. Your finger was the measurement, eh? Just over 60. 60 on the dot. That's nice. This one can come a little
Down and down a bit.
I heard this side was a bit tight. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Apparently, bumping this thing is really good to reset that.
Yeah, I usually just pick it up and then set
Ooh,
it down
this
again.
one?
Let's have a look.
Finger distance.
Yes.
Finger distance.
Not that much. Yeah.
Again, precision is one of those things you have to be very keen on, isn't it? If you want to
Yeah.
be one of a sound engineer, I think there's a lot of small, silly, precise things that you need to get.
I think it comes down to sound is all like a sum of a lot of parts.
Definitely, yeah.
And all of those things add up. So individually, you might listen to something and think, hey, this sounds pretty good. But then if you think about it in the context, it needs to work together with sometimes 100 other tracks, right?
So it depends on the density of that mix. I
How
guess,
big?
yeah.
But even a simple pop mix is, I
Not simple. at all.
quickly get into like 50 tracks on a simple pop mix, right?
Easily.
So all of those signals combined. So if there's noise on anything, if there's a rattle on something, if a signal is not quite sounding good, then that adds up with all the other stuff.
Well, this thing got us there quickly. Faster than my ear does.
So let's
When you
listen
find
to
a
the
tool, when you
fruits of your labor.
find a tool that works, just accept it. Okay.
Ooh. I like the sound of that.
Let's try it out. Let's flip
Let's
it over
try it
on
out.
its feet here, if we
Yep.
can. This will be a weird camera angle. Do you want me to pull it out to the front here? Maybe that's a good idea.
No, it's cool.
I'll just put it here.
Yeah, put it over there.
Just so we can do the rest of this, and then we'll put it in place, and then it'll be time to bring our pal in, eh? Okay, so first of all, the relationship between, just the sound relationship between that and that. So even though the bottom skin is thinner, right, you got to listen through that. The bottom skin will always sound thinner, but you're listening to the tone,
Yes.
not how thin and thick
Exactly.
the skin is. Yeah, that's quite a tricky thing, actually.
Yeah.
So this one's actually lower, even though it sounds probably to you a bit higher. It's actually lower. You can hear that fundamental is lower on the bottom. Can you hear that?
Yeah, so
Do you agree? Do you agree or do you disagree?
Yeah.
That's
It's
lower, right? Okay, so we
Bottom one
agreed
is lower.
again. Yet again, we've agreed that the bottom skin's lower, and I was hoping for that because I want this tom to be tuned a little bit down from
Yes.
where we were. So I'm quite glad. So I'm gonna go ahead and just quickly drop this thing by a half a turn. Try to keep everything even with the drum, to save yourself some problem in the final tuning where you get the whole thing even. So little half turns. Okay. Now I'm gonna do that relationship thing again. The bottom skin started sounding nicer because the top skin is starting to work with it. And now we're going to go ahead and use our doodad. 40.
So 40, we're already a lot less tension
Remember
than the
that-
other drums. So it's
remember-
because it's the floor tom, right?
Yeah, but also remember that we've got a very thick head on the top here
Yes.
compared to the bottom head. If you were comparing it, because I said you wanted to move together, now
Yeah.
people are going, why is 160 and 140? The resonant head is actually usually a tiny bit
Yes.
tighter, but it's resonating compared to being actually hit,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And it's really about that tone and that
Yeah.
movement. And I guess we'll see. The proof will be in the pudding. If I get it wrong, you'll hear our floor tom at the end won't be great. So you can tell me at the end how it went. Okay, so we're at that one's happy. This one needs to go back. hopefully we can keep you sort of listening while we're doing this. It's a bit of a process.
But I'm definitely learning some things that I did not know before. So this is great.
I learned about this tool, this tension thing. I have seen it. I have seen a review about it, and a lot of guys are saying this is the bee's knees. And I guess for a lot of people who don't really want to circle, why circle if you don't have to?
Exactly.
Spot on 40, nice. Oh, this is our key problem here. Is this
that one?
Apparently. But even when I loosen it, it doesn't want to go far enough. Do you think it has to do with the way this tom is sitting?
Let's see.
Oh, there we go. Because that wasn't.
There we go. Now it's doing something.
Cool. Ooh. I still have to have some tension.
Steps, yeah.
There we go.
This also. I think that it has to be a bit more level. Let's level out the drum.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, and hold this one. There we go.
Cool. So this thing, and now it needs to go down. This one's really not touching the hoop here. So sometimes you have to make a decision based on, okay, this does need to have some tension going. So I'm going to go with what it is for now, and that one is also, if I can get it loose without making the skin flop around, I'm going to do it. Yeah. Let's just reset it. Yeah. This guy here. Oh, that's cool. Okay, let's hit it and see what we get. It sounds more like a floor tom.
That sounds like a
Put
floor
your tool away.
Tool goes away.
Tool's always away, guys. Okay, so we've got a floor tom, and now our very awesome drummer has actually brought us some moon gels. We didn't have any, so he had some, and we noticed this morning that he had helped us out a bit, and so I'm going to reapply those to this floor tom. I want to get them, Gernot, I like to put them as far out as possible.
Me too.
If it's near the middle of the skin, it really
deadens it, right?
In the studio, you don't want it completely dead.
Yeah.
You really don't, because you'd rather have a little bit of tone than completely dead, honestly.
And because you have more control of the acoustic space around it, you can also allow the toms to breathe a bit more.
Yes, exactly.
Live, it's a lot about controlling that ring out, right? Because
we're controlling the ring, and even I might turn these even more to the depending on how it sounds now.
Yes.
But now we have a full kit.
So
we
have.
This has a bit of tennis ball in it. So we're getting a lot of the slap because now we've killed it actually too much. You heard when I hit it without these.
So I turn these
It was a little bit better, just all the way on the edge. And let's see if that.
Yes, now it.
And we didn't use any dampening on this tom because it's particularly nice. And small toms have a lot shorter of a pitch bend fall.
Yes.
They have a less of a.
Exactly. I was going to say just now, this tom has a really nice drop in frequency that you can
Yeah, that bend and fall. Yeah, and you want
almost
that,
like that bass drop, right?
I'd rather have my floor tom a little bit longer and use a gate to try to tame that end bit, or the whole flip it out of phase, copy it and use a compressor with perfect attack and release. That's another way. Maybe you could show them that at the last day. You'll have to. I'll be back in Windhoek, but show them that one because that one I really dig. I really like that trick on toms and things like that. So now I think I really like that.
Okay, cool.
And I don't know. Do you feel the same way?
I feel happy, really happy with that. Let's
put up the last symbol, and then we're going to the snare. Is so we had a rehearsal last night, right? And the snare was the thing that I was very, very happy with. So
I'm going to zoom in a bit so we can see what you've got going on over there.
Okay, I've got an obsession with where the snare sits, but this is also the drummer's choice, so I'm going to leave it how he had it. Have a listen to it as a snare. That's without the snare strands on, so, drummers, you can play it. This is with it on. As you can hear, you get tone from your drum kit. That's never going to go away. You're going to get some bottom head. You're going to get that. And that's what your close mics, you're going to gate them. You're going to cut them out in editing. You're going to do something with that
Exactly.
to deal with that thing.
But that's also why we made sure that these toms sound as good as possible, so that the ring of this that actually ends up in the overhead, so that sounds as good as it can.
Yeah, it's sort of natural.
We don't want
nice.
a dissonance between those things.
Exactly.
We want them to harmonize.
But it's
and
like you've seen in your sample pack drum things, you have snare bottom on the.
Yeah.
You hear it.
Yeah.
You
exactly.
have that, and you have that in your sample drum builder, because that's just something that is gonna happen. You're not gonna stop
with the drum set. That's
There's
the
no
natural way the
So
drum set sounds.
it's gonna be together. So it's one thing. Treat the drum kit as one, but try to get your close elements to be as good as possible.
Yes.
Yeah. So we've got a drum kit. We're gonna put up our last two cymbals, and then we're gonna bring a drummer in, and he's gonna get comfortable here again.
Yeah, he's going to move all of this around in a way.
Once he's comfortable, we'll start bringing in some mics,
Yeah.
and we'll talk about the mics and why we chose them and their patterns and all of that stuff.
Let's
So
do it.
let's bring in our drummer. As I set up the last cymbals, will you get him for me?
Yeah.
Thanks,
I'll
man.
get it.
Yeah, but shortly I'm Dennis. Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Well, you can sit behind the kit and start to like get yourself feeling comfortable again,
Yeah.
and we'll just work around you, man. So I just want to know, can I lift this tom a little bit? It's like
Yeah,
a bit,
please.
a bit wonky here.
Oh, I love the sound of this.
Through that 57 over there.
Yeah. Oh, I loved it.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
So yeah, we just were you watching the stream already?
Yeah. I
Oh,
was
cool.
watching it, yeah.
So cool. So then you know what we've been doing so far.
Yeah.
And yeah, we spent quite a lot of time on this tom, but I think it's worth it.
I mean, give it a go. Give the all three toms a The only one is this. I want to tune this one.
Yeah, yeah.
quickly.
Yes.
If you can carry on getting comfortable, I'm just going to take this one off and go tune it quick.
Yeah. This one sounds amazing.
The floor tom as well is nice and deep.
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
You heard I went down a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dennis, tell me, some drummers have two toms, some drummers have three toms, some drummers have their toms really angled, some have them really flat. How do you
Yeah.
prefer to set up your drum kit?
For me it's a bit of both. Should be angled and then also a bit flat.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to. Okay, when it's angled, then it's too skewed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
But when it's a bit too flat, then you tend sometimes to hit the rim of the tom. Yeah. So
Okay.
that's why I keep it a bit of both.
All right.
I prefer three toms, because that's how I started playing it
Yeah.
first. I started in church, and that's how the setup was. In church.
Yeah.
Funny thing, I actually started playing left first.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
I was a left drummer. Yeah.
Interesting.
The drummer
Was that just because someone else
someone
thought you
else
was left?
Yeah, someone else was left,
And he
then
showed
they just
you the left way.
yeah. For some reason, that guy didn't show up that specific day, and I was there. And they just said, "Hey, come try out the drums."
So
I just came and said, I didn't
Cool,
know
left.
anything. Oh, okay, left then. But I'm actually a right dominant,
And in the
So,
end, you just switched
yeah.
over to right. How long did you
Later-
play left for?
Yeah, for a few years.
For a few years.
For a few years.
You know, it probably
wow.
gave you a
So
huge
that gives you an
advantage.
advantage with ambidextrousness, right?
Yeah, it had an advantage when it maybe comes to but for the fill-ins and stuff.
Yeah,
It
to
was hard.
fill left,
Yeah,
leading
to
with your
fill
left
left,
hand,
it
which is
was
not the
hard,
dominant
yeah.
one.
So
But
I
now
was,
that you've practiced that for a few years,
yeah.
going backwards on
Yeah.
the kit is going to be quite awesome for you.
Yeah, actually the nice thing about my left foot is actually way disciplined.
Yeah, so you
I
strengthen your
do a
left foot
few-
and your left hand
Yeah,
before
yeah.
you even started, basically,
Yeah,
which is a
yeah.
That's
huge
very-
benefit, I think.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
So
Shit.
you're actually lucky.
Yeah. So when I started with my fills and stuff, I had to figure out a few things. I had to
Backwards
like
fills.
reset
Getting
my
the first
brain
hand,
again.
then the second
Yeah,
hand. Yeah, okay.
yeah, exactly.
Would you mind just giving this a hit for me? A nice hard one. This one, that one. That's nicer, right? You guys happy with it? Yeah.
Oh, this sounds nice.
These are also going to settle in as you play. They're going to just really stick into the tuning we've given them,
Yeah.
which is nice too. So they're definitely going to start sounding nicer and nicer. Okay, give it a good ding ding ding.
Oh yes.
I think.
Nice.
Dude, yeah. Okay,
Oh, nice.
we've got a tuned
Okay.
kit. I'm happy. We just need to lift
Is
this
how's the setup
crash
for you
again.
Okay, the setup.
Make sure the cymbals are the right distance away again.
Yes.
We had a discussion. There was one thing that me and the drummers spoke about earlier,
Yeah.
which was that we have to somehow get a mic in on this floor tom,
Yeah.
right? He's used to playing quite low with the ride, which is a standard thing I've seen with a lot of drummers, but they might not know. They've never used a mic before. They've never had a mic on their floor tom, you know.
Yeah.
So they don't know that. Oh, I should consider that we're gonna put a mic there. And I might need some space, or I might need to do something. So in this case, our drummer was really kind to us, and he gave us a little extra height on the ride
On
so
the
that we
ride
could
cymbal,
slip our
yeah,
mic
yeah.
underneath
Yeah.
underneath the ride, and that brings us to our mics.
Yeah.
So
Okay, the right height is just fine for me.
Is it okay?
It's just okay. Yesterday I had it a bit low. The
Yeah,
other
yeah.
days when we practiced, I had it a bit low. I didn't know what the mic setup would be. As starting drumming and stuff, we only had like 2 overheads.
yeah,
and that was
and a
it.
kick mic,
Yeah.
and a kick mic. or
Yeah, so
something,
we
yeah.
didn't know all about sound and having those different mics on each tom and stuff. But this height is fine for me. Crash just maybe
Crash. Let's
push
move
it,
that a little bit.
but in.
So. Whoop.
And I mean, this process of getting your drummer comfortable is super important to having a good sounding product.
Yeah.
Because if a
Maybe just
guitarist walks into a room, the guitar is going to be the same as any other guitar.
Yeah.
It's got a neck that's the same length most of the time.
Yeah.
It's fretted. You know what I mean? A drummer, there's so many things that have to be slightly up or slightly down for them to feel
Yeah.
comfortable. It's important to get your drummer in a little bit earlier, get him set up, get him comfortable. Because if the drummer's comfortable, he's going to play well, and if he plays well, you're going to get a nice sounding
Even
album.
your sitting position,
So the same thing with this tom here. We need a little bit of space for our microphone just to be a bit there. So how is this symbol, Adam? How's the symbol for you, and how is it for you, Dennis?
Yeah, that's great. He's
Okay.
moving out. That's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
and then
think
the
that's
crash
cool.
over there.
This is more or less where it was, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see now when he plays it. He'll probably start feeling it out.
Yeah. So Dennis, give us a couple bars there and see how you
play
feel.
some drums, man.
Okay, just move this in like that. This in. Tell me your mic for the snare.
There's
How-
plenty of
how
space
will
for it. Yeah.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
plenty
I'm
of
good with
space.
that.
Great.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Sounds good. Yeah.
For the viewers out there, so what you're hearing right now is just a microphone that we've got in the room. I can put your hand up to that. Right there. We've just got a regular SM57 that's going through a limiter, so this allows us to actually hear us talking and the drums at the same time, because one of the problems or challenges we were facing with filming this here, there's a little bit of behind the scenes knowledge, is drums are really, really loud, right? And us speaking is a lot softer than that. So this microphone going through the limiter that's built into the mixer actually evens out those differences. So it's a bit of a compromise. You hear a lot of the room sound when we're normally talking, but when Dennis is playing the drums, that doesn't overwhelm us. So it evens out those volume differences a little bit. So once we actually start putting the proper microphones on the drums, then we're going to start getting into the nitty-gritty of the drum sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, Gernot,
right.
should we tell them about the mics we've chosen
Yeah,
for today's session?
talk about mics.
The tuning is amazing.
The tuning is good. Are you happy?
I love it.
Oh, you see, when you have a happy
Especially
drummer,
this one.
you have a happy life. There's something about a wife in there, but the thing is, happy drummer, happy life.
Yeah.
I'm also happy with it, and we both play drums. So if there's two happy drummers and two happy engineers,
Yeah,
what could be better than that, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
And you're on a stream. Oh, what a day!
What a day.
What a day!
So microphones.
Okay, so
So
We
just
just
to
kick.
start off again, I just want to show off your handiwork again here, Adam.
Of
So
this
Adam
cable.
has done an amazing job of laying all these cables nice and labeling them actually. So now
yeah, so we've
we
got.
can start.
Should I show you one of them? Here's a T2, Tom 2. Kick out. There we go. Kick out. Right.
So let's start with that.
we're gonna start with
that
kick
signal.
drum, yeah. Let me move this stuff out. You way quick.
So what are we looking for in the kick drum? What are we listening for?
Well,
What do we want the kick drum to sound like?
we want it to sound like a kick and not a tennis, basketball, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
We want a nice fat, super low fundamental,
Mhm.
and we want slap attack. We want
Yeah.
that slap to cut through the mix, and people often underestimate that part, the
Yes.
slap of the kick.
You
It's
don't just
super
want all
important.
bass, right?
Yeah, and you want it to be musical. That slap,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that little,
Yeah.
and you need it to cut through a mix. And a lot of great sounding kick drums are really snappy, and
Mhm.
so.
Sorry, I'm just realizing I've got the camera pointing
Down at the
floor right
well, we're
now.
talking about
Here
cables.
we
So
go,
what you're
talking
gonna do?
about cables.
A lot of the best kick drum sounds I like in the end, you don't even realize it, but they're super slappy.
Yeah.
And they like more than you actually think you're gonna need when you go mix something.
Yeah.
Like I tend to have to go back and add more and more
Yes.
high frequency slap. To
Yeah,
my
especially
kicks, you
around
know?
5K. That seems
Yeah,
to be like
yeah.
the magic frequency.
With jazz, I use like a 10K, bro.
Oh,
a nice
wow.
high boost. Like
Yeah.
I mix a lot of live shows and I tend to do that. And
Yeah.
we've just got me in the camera here.
Oh.
I like to get some Gernot.
Yeah, so let me zoom out all the way. Sorry guys, we
We're
keep,
just
we
rolling
keep
it, man.
rolling.
We're just rolling. We're zooming cameras. We're like, hey, all three of us. Hey. Looking good, boys. Okay.
If
There's all
there's
three-
anybody watching already, drop us some comments.
Ask us some questions if you
Producers will
want.
let us know, and then we can
Yeah.
answer those questions.
Is there anything you want to know about something? We'll try to get through all of it ourselves without sort of skipping anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, when we go to kick drum, we have a slap and a tone, right?
Mhm.
So we're going to use this bad boy.
Show us
This is industry standard kick
Yes.
mic. It's a Beta 52A.
So this is a you
If you
pretty
don't
much
know him-
find this with any rental company ever. This has built like a tank.
Before
These
this, it was the D112 AKG, and we both have one of those because they're
Yes.
just great. And why not have it? Michael Jackson's album.
Yeah.
That was that. As well as, what are those guys called?
Hmm?
Daft Punk. Daft Punk.
Oh, yes.
Also, all those kick drum sounds, and they're amazing. And it's
Yes.
all a D112, not this guy, but
Yeah.
the original Gangster. And this one was modeled off that. So
Yeah.
sweet. They added more low end.
Yeah, it's a bit more modern sounding than the D112.
What we mean by modern sounding is they've done pre-EQ.
Yeah, so you've got a bit more bass, you've got a bit more highs, and there's a bit of a
The mic's natural frequency response is dipped in the low mids usually because
Yeah.
that's where all the core
Yeah,
sound
that's
of the
where,
kick
where
is.
that.
The mud and the horrible stuff. So now it's about the placement. You've got a good mic. We've got a larger diaphragm dynamic mic here. Larger diaphragm, you usually get more low end.
Mhm.
So that's what we want, isn't it? We want as much low end as possible out of this kick drum.
Yeah.
Cool. The slap's going to be
Have you
there
ever
either way.
used a speaker cone to mic a kick drum?
Yeah, what a sub kick.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, a sub kick is just that.
Exactly.
So what happens with what he's talking about right now is some dudes will put their mic in the kick drum and they have a speaker as well placed on the kick drum, and that speaker's polarity is flipped,
Yeah.
so that it becomes
A microphone.
Exactly.
Because a speaker and a microphone are the same thing. They just work in reverse and they have different sizes.
100%.
So because we don't have a loose speaker, what I tried one time is I actually took a guitar speaker
Yeah?
and put it in front of the kick drum and then wired it out into a preamp and actually used that as a sub kick. So I just had the guitar amp in front
So
of the kick
the
drum.
thing is with that, with this whole thing we're talking about here, is that it's the ohmage is low,
It is.
which is hard. So to gain it up with a standard preamp we own,
Yeah.
tough.
Yeah.
You know,
It's a we're not going to do it today.
if you're ever going to
but
build one
it's
yourself,
it's an interesting
grab
trick.
yourself a cloud lifter,
Yeah.
put it in the box with your design, because
Yeah.
then you can lift it already by a
Yes.
couple of dBs before you
Yeah.
start gaining
But
it.
basically, what you get from that kind of microphone is
Super
just
lows.
sub bass.
It's super low.
Nothing else. It's just sub bass, right?
It's a lot of fun. In this case, we don't have enough channels to do multiple kick mics.
I was
on the
already
snares.
telling the viewers before that the limitation we're working around today is we have 20 channels essentially.
Well,
and
16 with
16
on
with
the-
a couple of extras, but we
Yeah.
decided to the drum set is important enough to take up all 7 of
its
of
channels,
those.
yeah. But one mic, one thing, basically,
Yeah. So
plus overheads.
channel number 1, kick drums. So let me
Yeah.
point the camera at that, and you can
Talk
show
about
us
placement.
what you're doing on the
Okay,
position.
I'll also talk about a couple of positions that I like to start with. My favorite starting position is just a little bit in the hole, slightly, pointing straight at the beater head, where the guy smacks the skin, right? This is just a starting point. From here, depending on what you're hearing in your control room or in your cans, you can go in, which you do get a bit more box when you go inside, but you get a bit more slap from that kick head beating the head. So if you're hearing out here that you just really need more slap, go in. And if you put it back, you'll get a bit more of a whole picture. But if you go too far back, it'll become slappy again. So try to decide where you are and move your mics, because it's like we said, get it good here, it's gonna be good till the end. And mic placement is super duper key. Remember that our ears hear things, but we are selective with our ears. When we hear something, we can choose to ignore something. So like in a room with a bounce off the back wall, we can choose to ignore it and listen more directly.
Yeah,
Mike doesn't have that capability. Mike hears everything all the time. So you have to tell it where it's listening, pretty much. And so I start nice and in the hole. We had a nice kick drum sound yesterday as well. So I'm pretty happy with where we were. So we're just trying to sort of copy that. And we take our kick mic line. We try to keep things neat because that just makes workflow a lot easier always. So I take my kick line and I patch it in. And we move on. So we're starting with my favorite position, which is just tip of the mic in the hole, rest of the mic outside. Bit of air movement.
That's pretty much how
But
I
if
also
you
start,
also-
how I learned it, and
Yeah.
that usually works, right? Just right in the hole there.
If you ever want to try this, Gernot, I quite often put a D112 on the skin,
Oh, okay.
on the
yeah.
resonant head. And I don't know, it gives me this really nice low mid that I like. And usually I cut so much low mid out of my kick mics
Yeah.
because I just want it to be boom and slap.
Yeah.
But the low mid of the AKG
Yes.
on the resonant head is just really tasteful.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. You compress
Yeah.
a lot out of it and then you put it on the head. It sounds really nice. Try it out one time.
Yeah, I will.
It's quite fun.
will.
I find that to be really cool. Or you pop one inside, one out. That's the standard.
Yes.
But usually you have a little boundary microphone.
Yes, exactly. I've actually got a little cutout in the hole there, in the pillow for the boundary microphone, because I use that quite a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And which boundary microphone do you have?
It's
Sure.
Beta 91.
Okay, that's Shure Beta 91. It's a condenser.
Yes.
Yeah. It's also known as a boundary microphone, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
a
boundary
boundary
microphone,
microphone. So
yeah.
a boundary microphone is essentially a microphone with an omni pattern, but
Yes.
cut in half.
Exactly. And
So,
on the ground usually.
On the
yeah.
ground. So then the ground becomes the boundary, and it picks up
Everything around
a
that.
circle around it.
Yeah. It's great for kick slap. Like,
Yes.
not that I use kick slap that much. I can
But
usually
just
get
for
enough
more
out
of
of
a rock and metal tone, you
Definitely,
would use
you
a-
need that. You need to punch through
you
those
need
guitars that are going.
smacky click attack. Right?
Guitars. Okay, so that's our kick. We're gonna go to snare. Obviously, snare, legendary, well known. SM57. If you haven't seen one of these, you don't know it, then know it.
Yeah. This is
Learn it.
by the way, if you buy one microphone, if you only can buy one microphone, this is the one.
This is the
Yeah.
one you buy. This is the
'cause this
most
can do
useful.
pretty much anything.
And if you own a studio, buy 5.
Yeah.
Because you never have enough of these. Now, this is our very interesting placement, because this isn't what you usually do. We have one mic on the snare. So in this case, we're trying to pick up, with one mic, we're trying to pick up a lot of the snare. There's a couple of videos on YouTube about this and stuff, but it's pretty simple. If this is the snare drum, and you have a mic right over the snare drum, you're getting a lot of the tone off that top head, right? That cool. And it sounds very muddy, actually, usually. You add quite a lot of high frequency, I don't know I do, but you generally add quite a lot of high frequency to make that sound more realistic and snappy like a snare. what happens is if you move the mic back, like if you can see I've done, it's about 3 fingers, 4 fingers from the edge of the snare. So if this is our snare, my mic is off the snare. Usually I'm miking with my top mic on the snare. And then I have a bottom mic for the crack of the snares underneath the snare drum. So usually we do top and bottom mics. In this case we've got one. To get the best snare sound out of one microphone, you pull it back, because what happens as you go back, you start to hear both the top and the bottom. And we tested this yesterday, and we got one of my favorite snare sounds I've ever heard, actually.
Oh, that's
yeah,
interesting.
it was really thick. It was really nice.
So let me move this camera a little bit closer here, so we can look down on the
On our position
On our
here. Do
position.
you have enough? Do you want me to pull some cables for you, man?
cable's good. So now we can
cable's
see
good.
if we can get in there.
Yeah.
How can we? Maybe a
Try
little bit
to
over
find-
here.
Snare mic line over here. There it is. Okie dokie. I'm gonna go up this.
There's our snare.
stand. And you see, we've got a nice, like, quite a lot of space actually for this mic, which is always nice. Oops.
So I'm gonna go handheld here.
Eh,
So please.
With the
please
57, you
excuse
can
me.
see it's polar pattern. This is a polar pattern. What it means is, if you look at that picture, that's how this mic picks up audio. So that little doodad there, it actually is a representation of this. That's how this capsule and this mic picks up. So this is a dynamic cardioid microphone.
Or
This is
cardioid.
cardioid. A super cardioid would have a little bump at the back as well. So in this case, these are very nice because it's going to pick up a little bit of a hi-hat. We don't have a hat mic in this case, so we're going to live with it. And that's pretty cool. So this one's pretty direct, pretty forward-facing, and always sounds good. It's like just a winner. That's our snare placement. So now we move on. Now we go to the industry standard on toms. Is that right, Gernot?
It is pretty much.
It's
the
the old
industry standard.
school-
It's
it's
a
the
very.
old
It's
school-
probably the most old school mics we have in here. In this
And the most
studio.
old school industry standard that you have in here. Is that right?
Yeah, they have a terrible flaw, these microphones. I'm sure you know what I'm talking
They're pretty
about.
noisy.
That and their mounting mechanism
The mounting mechanism is.
is.
Oh,
so
you meant floor as in
as
floor.
a flaw.
I thought
yeah.
you meant there's a noise floor.
No, there's
That's
not
why
a
I
noise
said
floor.
noise.
So now we've got a solid camera. So,
So you see, if you bump this guy, it just falls.
it falls
off.
out. Yeah.
It's just
So that's something to keep in mind with this microphone. But there's nothing quite like it on a
on
Tom.
a tom. Oh, there's some new mics out, by Earthworks that are pretty
Yeah.
sweet. I don't know if you've checked them out, but
I have not.
they are really nice. Or the DPA 4099.
Oh yes, of course.
If you ever have one of those, just use it because it's gonna be great. It's the most natural mic I've ever heard.
Yeah,
But
there's
these-
been a lot of development over the last 10 years, and especially kind of drum microphone solutions that are
Yeah,
small.
no, crazy,
Right,
really,
really
really
small
small,
miniature
really sound
microphones.
huge with oversampling is what they're doing in
Mm.
the 4099. That's why it sounds so massive in the low end, even though it's yay big,
Yeah.
This,
So, but we're
this
using a
mic
bit of a
sounds great.
dinosaur over here.
But it sounds great. The low mid on this mic is why it is king on toms, I think.
Yeah.
It has a very open, very lush low mid, I think.
Once again, I would just like to congratulate Adam on his beautiful cable management.
Thank you,
That
Gary.
really makes a session so much nicer.
That's our
You see,
floor.
that's
There you go, guys.
exactly what.
I just dropped
One has
Gernot's
to
mic
mic
and I
out.
feel like a imbecile. But you see,
No,
that's what
that's
happens,
okay.
when you have
All these things
MD41.
are built to last. So there we
Now
go.
the placement of a tom mic, right? I don't want to be facing the mic right to where this guy's going to hit. That's
Mhm.
going to be really slappy on a tom. And
Yeah.
these skins are pretty slappy. I usually want to get some tone out of it.
So we go a bit closer to
This,
the edge.
this floor is hectic, eh? Yeah, there you go. So usually around there I start.
Mm.
Between where he hits and between the edge. Really on the edge, like if you did this, you'll get a lot of that.
Yeah.
It's not very nice.
Exactly.
I kind of go just past the logos in these cases, and I get them quite in there. I like to get it quite in.
Because
into
the
this.
other thing that we want is we want separation, right? So we want our signal to noise to be as high as possible. As high as possible.
acceptable as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the closer we get to the tom, the louder the signal is going to be on the tom.
But if we're super close, it's not going to sound great.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
So that is why there's a bit of an art to this, is playing around with the position, bringing it up and down, and just finding that sweet spot. I'm assuming a lot of this is from experience. You kind of know what you're going
where
for.
I like it. This is I'm basically doing the setup for myself at the moment, and then we're going to adjust once we hear things.
Yeah.
And this is also why Gernot hires people like an assistant like myself, so that he can be in the control room and ask for a mic move, and not have to run around himself, because I should be moving the mic and he should be hearing as I move.
Yes.
So that if I find somewhere that's sweet halfway through, he goes, go to halfway. And I can find that exact sweet spot. And that's really what you're just trying to find sweet spots everywhere.
Yes.
Man. And yesterday we had the butt mic.
Yes.
If you want us to explain the butt mic just quickly, I mean, because it's worth it, right?
Yes.
Usually when you don't have tom mics because you run out of patch because there's only this many channels, we do a mic somewhere like this. And it's quite nice and tony. Not Tony the name of a person.
Just to clarify, we're not here to actually pick up the butt of the drummer.
No.
But it happens to tend to sound really good right there.
Yeah, and it gets some nice fundamental of the toms, that low fundamental, that doom, right?
Yeah.
And overheads just do not get that.
Yeah.
Like, as much as you want to try and compress and do your things, this mic sounds good here. Try room mics, guys. If you're going to record drum, put a mic down there somewhere.
Down in the hallway.
Listen to it. Mix it in softly until you get some life out of it. Drums are live. You need life. The other thing about butt mic is do it across from the hi-hat, because the hi-hat is the most attacky piece of equipment on the drum kit. So if this drummer is going to sit here, you'll see that he's blocking this mic from the hi-hat physically. And high frequencies are very direct. So we're going to lose a little bit of hi-hat. Okay, which is good. Because our butt mic, we're trying to get some tom action out of that.
Yeah.
So this was our micing yesterday, and then me and Gernot had a discussion last night and decided, you know what, we're going to sacrifice it all and go for full toms, close miking, because we're doing an in-the-room production.
Yes.
Which means the rest of the band, the core band, is in the room with the drummer. So we want to get things close and tight, not room mics with lots of people yelling and or guitar amps squealing and things like that. So we're getting close mics, trying to get as tight as we can with our close mics, right?
Yeah.
So off we go. I'm going to put this on the floor, Tom. We're
Dennis,
going
you had a question.
MD41 on all of them.
I wanted to ask, the closer you get to the toms here, the less it will get the
cymbals.
The cymbals.
Well, a
And
bit.
that's
It's
normally
more
problem
of how you angle it, right? So what I sometimes do is I will actually angle the microphone a little bit away
So the now,
from the cymbal,
so the
because
now,
on the back of the microphone, that's where it picks up the least. So that I've got the back of the microphone kind of pointing to the cymbal, like you can see there. So that way we can, if we have too much cymbal in our tom mic, that's one of the techniques you can use to take care of that a little bit. So let's see, down here, what are you doing right there?
trying to get my mic into a position that I
So
dig.
there's another microphone.
Yeah, and now
So
we're
it's
going to
another
MD41.
Sennheiser 421. That's for the floor tom.
Yeah, and here comes our other rack tom. Obviously another method is to do one tom mic in between,
Yes.
but I don't really like that tone. I like the tone of this area of the tom.
And we want to be able to gate and EQ them individually.
And
as
hard
well.
gating, if you have that set up, is not going to happen.
Exactly.
You need to like leave it open basically, which means it's part of your drum sound all the time instead
Yeah.
of intermittently. And this problem is real, bro.
Yeah. So there, I actually the other day I was checking online and there's people that 3D print brackets
To help with
for
this.
this stuff.
David bought that right coat bracket, and it's got the 4 little screws, so you
Oh,
just screw
For
into.
these microphones.
No, he just bought it for his Neumann, and he was using it on an MD41 when he went to the studio.
Oh, and it worked.
Yeah, really
That-
well.
Oh yeah, I know what you're
Really,
talking
really
about.
well, yeah. So we're gonna try to do the same thing here that Gernot's done on that tom. We're gonna try to get it going here. Get the same sort of point. Yeah, this is looking good. And this is also the same as a SM57 is
A cardio.
a cardioid pattern. So what he was talking about having the cymbal in the backside is that there's a null here. It doesn't pick up as much here as it does there.
Yes.
So try to point the side of the mic that doesn't pick things up towards the loud cymbal behind it. So try to control those little elements, and a lot of small changes make a good sound in the end.
Yeah.
It's all small changes. You don't want to do drastic things. You want to get it better until you got what you want. Okay, this is our last tom, and then we'll do overheads. Do you want to go show them the overhead mics while I plug this in?
So yeah, so I'm gonna put this camera back on this tripod. Sorry for the clunk.
Clunk.
So
I think that'll be okay.
yeah, so we're making sure that the cymbals when they move,
Don't tap
that they
our...
clear the microphones, right?
And they do. Oh, that's not the right one. Now overheads is another big discussion.
Overheads is whenever I'm planning to record some drums, the first thing I ask myself is how am I going to do the overheads, because that's kind of the foundation of the drum sound, right? So with the overheads, the aim is, let me just go over here so I'm in frame. Here we go. With overheads, the aim is to get a pretty balanced sound of the drum kit and to get the space right. So do you want a wide drum sound? Do you want a tight drum sound? How much of the cymbals do you want compared to the rest of the drum set? So you can start with a very high overhead setup, so having the drums pretty high over the kit, the microphones pretty high over the kit. That will give you the overall sound of the drum kit, and then you can start adding your close mics into that. Another way of doing it would be to have the overheads pretty low, use them primarily for the cymbals, and have your close mics kind of as the main thing, and then bring up the overheads to give you the cymbal sound. So what are we doing here today?
I like to have overheads sound amazing and then reinforce them.
Yes.
So because I feel like a lot of the slap and stuff from a tom sounds good in an overhead versus, putting all that high frequency into your close mic. Right?
Yes.
No? Yes, no?
Yes.
And my favorite overhead setup is the XY.
The
and
XY.
My
So
main
laser in on
reason,
that.
and let me get that nice and like you can see it. 120 degrees, Gernot.
120?
Yeah, isn't it?
No, it's 90.
Well, I mean, what's this? 100, 240.
270.
70. Okay, yeah, well, you kind of want this. You want this
Crisscross, basically.
crisscross of audio. And what happens is this mic is picking up the ride, or actually, because it's going to face this way, the hat. It's facing the opposite of where it is.
Exactly.
The reason I like it is because the diaphragms are super close together. And what happens when you have diaphragms close together is things arrive at the same time.
Exactly.
And in audio, that's what you want because of phasing and because of summing and all of these kinds of things.
And that's where we get our stereo image from. So one of these is going to be the left channel, one of them the right channel.
And they're going to be hard panned.
And because the signal arrives at the same time, we can place the overheads anywhere and all the signals will arrive at the same time.
If you have the spaced
pair,
exactly, the tom on the right is going to arrive at two very different times from the tom on the left in each overhead respectively. Yes. It's just going to be totally out of time, and therefore it could be out of phase. It could be many things. I like this because then I do this, I know that my snare specifically is going to arrive in these two mics at the same time, which means I'm going to get the most thickness out of my snare that I could possibly get. Yes. And then I can just flip the phase of the overheads and try to match it with the snare top, because that's what I do. Or that's what I like to do. And often I find that I leave them flipped because it just adds that nice low mid thunk to it, and also ends up adding the same thing to the toms. So this is always my choice. If I get a pair of nice large diaphragm condensers, which of course you have, but for this demonstration we chose these because that's what we chose. Good large diaphragms sound really good because they're large diaphragms, so they pick up more low end as we discussed with the kick mic, but these are condensers. It's also a really nice way to get a good kit sound. If you do it, make sure you do measurements from your snare, as in here's your snare, here's your overhead, here's another overhead. Try to measure from the snare to the one overhead and match that distance to the other, so that at least your central piece, your snare, arrives in these two things at the same time. You'll never win with all the toms or anything, but at least that. Okay, let's get a good wide shot here.
I do use the space pair quite a bit. But I do spend a lot of time measuring everything out, so making sure that my snare is equidistant from the two heads, and also making sure that my my cymbals are kind of in the same ballpark there.
Yeah, just similar distances, so you don't get something really loud and something a lot softer, you know.
So let's see, how high are we gonna go with these?
We're gonna go sort of as high as we can, you know, not right up against the roof, but also not on the ground. Get them as close as you can. It's like a nice...
but still low enough so we can get the cables in there.
Yeah, luckily we're tall guys.
We are tall guys.
It's important to be tall when you're in...
And we have Dennis to help us, he's also...
This is the money shot. This is when I lean over, you get the bald spot shot.
I already got one of those.
Thanks, bro. Appreciation Nation. So overhead left is which one?
Overhead left. So we are gonna... Are we thinking of drummer's perspective?
Yeah.
We're thinking of drummer's perspective. So what that means is if the drummer is sitting behind the
He's facing
drum
that
set,
way.
is facing us, so he's got the hi-hat
On his.
on his left.
So that means this one should go to.
So overhead left is going to be the one that's pointed at the hi-hat.
Exactly.
Which is that one.
So it's contrary to like what you'd expect. What does that mean? What are the words I'm looking for? I'm gonna have to take this out.
Contrary to popular belief.
Yeah. So there's one. Let's take that off. These are quite tight, when you compared to some other things.
Yes. So, let's talk about these microphones quickly. So these are a pair of Neumann KM184s. And they're basically an updated version of the KM84, which was the classic
world
small
standard.
condenser microphone. Basically the most famous, the most famous one of this type of microphone. And that's been used pretty much since the 70s on most of your favorite records, I suppose.
I heard them yesterday actually for the first time. Really enjoyed it.
I love them on overheads. I also tend to do the large diaphragm overheads.
Yeah, they're nice.
Recently I got back into these because I've just really been enjoying. They're uncomplicated. I get a really good sound pretty quickly out of
That's
them.
the thing, and that's what you want as an engineer. You want to be fast, actually, while maintaining quality. So there we go. We've got some overheads.
We've got some extra clips on here.
So our next move is going to be to sit our drummer down, put some cans on him,
Yes.
and move over. So we
Yes.
should probably let our friends know. We're going to be moving over to the
we're
control
going to
room.
be moving over to the control room pretty soon.
You can take a seat, sir.
But let's maybe have a look at this camera up here so we can see what the drums look like
From the back
from the
side.
back.
Cool. I'm sure they caught that.
They caught that.
Yeah, he's good. He's switched over.
There we go. So Dennis, you can sit down and let's.
Yeah, we're looking good here.
Looking good.
Set up. So.
Oh yeah, I pulled that out earlier.
So, obviously we are in a multi-room studio. So Dennis is actually sitting in a different room from where we're going to be sitting. So in order to communicate with him, he needs some headphones.
Yeah.
And he needs this thing to be plugged in as well.
Cool.
And that's up there. Boom. And then we will move to the next room and then we'll catch up with you over there.
Thanks everybody. There's going to be a little cutaway. We need a little bit of time to get our next room set up. Thanks very much. This is our drum setup and tuning section of today's stream. We hope it went well. We had a great time. I had a great time.
Thank
And
you,
we're
Adam.
ready to
Like,
get
this
started.
was
It's a pleasure, man. I hope we all learned something and we got going. I'm going to definitely be learning something from Gernot about guitars and pedals and things because that's our next rig setup.
Yeah.
So
but now
stick
we're going to
around.
go over into the control room. We're going to listen to all of these microphones. We're going to dial in some tones. Dennis is going to be in here playing for us. And let's do it.
Off we go.
Cheers.
We are back. This is the all year live session. We just saw Adam and Gernot in the control room, basically setting up a live drum kit. This is probably brought to you by the National Arts Council and the COVID Relief Fund 2019. We are live from the Nautilus Studios 2020. Be sure you check us out on Facebook, that's all ears, and on Instagram at allears_nam. This is gonna be a 5-day session, a bunch full of artists, and you, their audience.
Ready for the cut. Count him down.
Everybody?
We are observing protocols as well.
Yes.
While we're in here.
Yeah, we're sitting a bit closer now.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. Dennis, you can probably hear us now. Great stuff. So, let's start with the kick drum. Let's give us the kick drum and let's hear what's going on. Right. There's a kick drum. You can just keep kicking that.
That sounds quite nice actually.
Right.
It's got a lot of slap in it.
So let's get the gain. Yeah, gain looks good. So we would probably like to do a little bit of EQ on there.
Yeah.
So let's see what we've got going on here. I'm gonna add, some low frequencies there. So we've got 40 hertz, 50 hertz, 100 hertz. Now it's getting a bit tubby.
Yeah, I like the 50 hertz on that on that EQ specifically.
That 50 hertz sounds quite good. So maybe not quite as much 9 dB. We've got about 4 dB. And then what I usually do with this is I try to find
The
some of
worst
that
thing.
between, the worst thing. So between 200 and 600, there's usually something, or up here. But this is actually all nice, so
It's that mud. It's that like glue stuff. Sounds like you have a 400 there. Was it 200, 600?
yeah, it's that 400 sounds quite ugly. So I'm gonna pull that out a little bit, and
That's quite nice already.
then we're opening up the 2.5 or the 5. So 5, like a higher 5 kilohertz gives a nice click, but 2.5 on this actually.
Like 2.5, I find is that metal slap. That
Yeah.
like if you're mixing metal, you really want it to go and be kind of aggressive.
Yeah.
And the higher you go, the less sort of aggressive it feels in the music. You know.
Yeah.
What did you choose there?
So now we've got 5. So we're
5?
doing 4 dB on 5. So let's just take the EQ out.
Definitely nice.
Great.
I
Yeah.
think that's quite cool. I
Sounds
think it's a
quite
great
cool.
starting point.
Yeah.
Make sure he's got it in his ears.
Yeah. You hear it in your ears, Dennis? All right. So let's bring that up a little bit more. Just a second. Making sure that this is patched in.
Is that device on?
His ears. What have we got going on over here?
Maybe I should go turn the volume up of his device there.
Yeah.
Is that all
Right.
the way up
You-
there?
You got it? You hearing something? Not
0.
hearing it. Interesting.
Oh, you've got it now. Okay, you're happy. Did you dial it up a bit there? Oh, perfect. Okay.
Great. Okay, let's move on to the snare drum then.
There's a bit of that bleed from the kick. Yeah. Look at that, eh?
Okay, that sounds brilliant. So let's bring that down a little bit.
The 500's out, eh? That's just flat.
That's a beautiful sounding snare.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That one snare pony, bro. That one mic pony. It's pull it back a bit. You get the top and the bottom really nicely.
Really nice ring on it too.
Oh, that's really good.
Okay, let's also just do a little bit of EQ on there.
So you can keep going. That's
So-
how EQ from yesterday.
So that's our EQ for that. I'm just going to turn it flat. And then again, let's just look for some ugliness. That one, 800 hertz, right? Pull that out, not too much.
A little bit.
We want to, let's open up the high frequency a little bit.
With you opening that high frequency, I actually feel like I could move the mic slightly forward to get a bit less of the snare bottom.
Let's have a listen with the snare and the hi-hat. So maybe just
Okay.
play a beat
That's actually
with the
nice.
kick as well. Yeah. So I'm going to bring down the, yeah, it's definitely too much high
I'd like
end.
to move a little bit forward with the snare mic,
Okay.
because it'll help solve that issue.
Let's do that.
Okay, so, I'm
So
just gonna run through
grab
that.
yourself some cans. Are these 250 ohm or 80 ohm?
I have no idea.
Maybe use the
The other
ones,
set
the
of,
other set of Bayer
I
Dynamics,
shall do so.
and they've got a long cable on them, so you can move in there and move the mic around, and I can talk to you. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna move my microphone a little bit closer to myself here. So I'm gonna turn it off for a little bit while, and you can listen to the drums play along. Okay, and I'm back. Right, so can you hear me? Great stuff. So, snare, I'm going to mute the snare. And let's have a listen to that. Is it closer already? Yeah, sounds great to me. Bringing the kick back in. Welcome back, Adam.
Thank you. Did that help?
Yes.
Cool. Perfect.
So, I brought this a little bit closer.
Yeah, just to get us nice and close.
So, yeah. So, we're nice and intimate over here. Cool. Dennis, let's have
One?
Tom 1. Yes, please. Okay, I'm gonna leave it panned into the middle right now.
Could you ask him while we are doing the toms to just pull the snare wires off if you can?
Oh yes, please take the snare wires off. Actually, here's hearing.
Yeah, he heard me. Oh, there we go. That
There
tom
we go.
sounds really
Sounds
good.
great. Okay, let's get the next tom. The next one. This one's coming in a little hot, so I'm going to turn on the pad on that. Oh, actually, it's over here. Bring that down more.
Why is it on here?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it on here?
Okay, there we go. Okay, and then the third. Floor tom.
Flotom? Oh, deep.
This one. Over here.
Dude, that sounds...
Awesome. Let's have all three toms together, please.
Get more out of the first one?
Alright, now we've got the toms just panned in the middle, so we're going to listen to the overheads now and hear where they are so we can place them in the mix. So if you go ahead and play the whole kit for us, please. Cool. So, can you give us another bar there so I can listen for the toms here? Yes, please go through it again. And do a couple tom rolls. Continue playing. I'm going to bring that up to the right, and then this one's going to be also a little bit to the right, and that one a little bit to the left. So let's hear what that sounds like. Okay. Go for it. Great. Cool.
Yeah, check that he's the overheads on his ears too, and let's see
Yeah.
if he's happy with that.
So do you hear everything?
Yeah.
Great stuff. Cool. All right. So you can go ahead and play a little bit for us, and we will do.
We'll
some
just
more
dial some
sweetening
stuff
over here. I think,
Some Tommy, please. Yeah, sweet. That first Tommy is.
So I'm gonna turn our mic in.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be putting this up.
And we're gonna just tweak the sound. I'm gonna turn it nice and loud so that we hear what we're
The audience streaming will hear us just going for it. Drummer going for it, us going for it. Yeah. So, see you guys in a bit.
Get some tom rolls, please. Give us primarily the floor tom now. Floor tom. Okay, tom 1, please. platform 2, please. Full drum kit again, please. Go back to us. Yeah, okay. Carry on, please. Yeah, we're happy with the drum sound so far. So, Dennis, you're good for now. You can actually let me quickly record a
snippet,
just a snippet of that, and then we'll come back in here and we'll listen to it.
Cool.
Okay, good to go. Let's record the snippet now. Sorry, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis. You are done for now. All right, here we go. So I'm back.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to the All Ears Online Studio Workshop and Exhibition coming to you live from Nautilus Studios, Sacramento. 5 days in studio, bunch of artists, and yes, you, the audience. Be sure to follow us on Facebook, that is on All Ears Nam, and Instagram at All Ears Nam _. And do know this event is proudly brought to you by the National Arts Council. Special thanks to Nautilus Studios and Corporate Events Gear for making the event possible. This will be a 5-day event, which means it will be happening from drum setups and so much more. So, guys, do tune in and check out more what will be happening your way.
Welcome, everybody. Hi. So we're moving on to bass now. We've got Desmond with us today, who's going to be playing bass.
Hi,
Um,
everyone.
where's your bass guitar?
Over
It's
there.
over there.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at it. So this is a 5-string bass. And what's a bit special about this bass guitar is that it doesn't have straight frets, right?
Yeah.
It's got these fan
Yeah,
frets.
yeah.
I don't know if you can see that there, but like some of these up here move up like that, and these like a fan,
Yeah,
right?
like a fan, yeah.
So especially for a 5-string bass, what happens a lot of the time is that this low string can get very, very like floppy.
Yeah.
The low B.
Yeah.
And sometimes you tune it even
Because
lower.
the tension is a bit low.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what they've done with this bass guitar, which is a little bit like a piano, is the higher strings are a bit shorter, and the lower strings are a bit longer.
Yeah.
So that just evens out the tension a little bit. So we're gonna see how this sounds in your capable hands. Bass amp wise, it's a very kind of standard solution here. Just a small bass amp, and we're gonna be recording the bass DI for this production because a loud bass amp in the room with a drum kit is going to give us a bit too much noise than we want to deal with. So the bass amp's volume is going to stay pretty low,
Yeah.
and it's mostly for Desmond to, when he's close to the bass amp here, so he can
Yeah,
feel a little
exactly.
bit of the vibration.
Yeah.
He can
Hear myself.
hear himself a bit
Yeah.
better. Although you will be also hearing yourself on the headphones, but this just helps have a little
Yeah.
bit of rumble,
Yeah.
right? But we don't want it too loud, so it interferes with the drum microphones. That's why we've got this DI box on here. So we're actually going into the DI box from the bass guitar. That goes straight to the mixer. But then we're going out of the DI box. It's basically splitting the signal and then going into the bass amp, which is just for the sound in the room. So this is going to be a pretty simple setup. So why don't you plug in and play something? I'll get a chair for you.
Please do.
So I'm going to turn this off first. You can plug in. Here you go. So, let's see what we got. Yeah. So. So let's see what do we have here. So we're going to turn that all the way up. There we go. And then we've got the pickup selector here, which goes between the bridge and the neck. Which one do you prefer?
Choose.
So if you turn it to the left, then you've got the bridge pickup here.
And then this
And
one's for the neck.
That's for the neck pickup.
Okay.
So in between, in the middle, there's a nice blend
Yeah.
that usually works quite
I'll choose
well.
the one in between.
All right, cool. Right, and that's pretty much it for over here. So why don't we have a little bit of a jam between bass and drums? We'll get the signal on the other side, and the two of you can jam along. Here's your headphones.
Thank you, Adam.
Wagwan. How are
Cool.
you?
Adam, do you have any
About
questions,
about
suggestions there?
about the pickup selection.
Yes.
When you have two pickups.
Yeah.
It's happened before where some guys like to just go for that without listening.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know that you can change the height of your pickups.
Yes.
So this happened on a jazz bass the other day where I just thought to myself, man, this bass sounds really funny.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And it just kept sounding funny. And I'm like, I know this bass usually sounds great. Turned out the pickup heights were a bit different and it was out of phase with each other.
Yes.
So make sure when you're choosing pickups and
Yes.
just have a good listen, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
actually,
choose it out of that.
let's do that right now. So turn a little bit to the camera so we can see what's going on. And Lorenzo, you can maybe zoom in on this. Oh, by the way, shout out to Lorenzo who's doing a
Lorenzo's
wonderful
behind
job
the camera.
helping us out behind the camera. So you can play, and I'm just gonna go through this, and we can.
I can feel the difference.
So over here on the neck pickup, we we have a bit more bass. We've got a bit less of an attack. But then when we go here to the bridge pickup, it gets a bit honky, right?
Yeah.
So on this bass, I'm not a big fan of that honkiness.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we
I
might
like the sum of the two.
the sum
Yeah,
of
I
the
like
two.
The middle is quite nice. That sounds really lively. Like especially the string sounds quite
Yeah.
like live.
Yeah. So
You
let's.
can
I
even
think
hear
let's keep
Let's
it
go for
in
the middle. Yeah.
You can even hear the slides.
Yeah. So in this case, in the middle, these two pickups are definitely in phase.
Yeah.
And that's why we're getting a
And
nice.
if we
thick
have
sound.
a look at them, they look like they're about the same.
the same
distance.
height. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So there's always a couple checks. You can always look at something and like see, wow, those two pickups are quite far away, and then think about phasing. You know,
Yes.
just, it'll send you in the right direction. Just having a visual inspection of an instrument.
yes.
Yeah.
You know, so have a look and use your ears together, and
Yeah.
you'll come to the right decision. I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Cool.
just now we spent so much time tuning the drums. Bass guitars also need to be tuned. So
yeah,
you
it's
have
to be
a
tuned.
you have
Yeah,
a
tune,
headstock
we'll get the
tuner
drummer,
here.
and then we will make some music together. quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's have a little drum and
Sweet, man.
bass jam session.
Gernot, can you please pass me a pen?
Hey. All right, you guys should be hearing us now. Right. So let's just get some bass on its own first. All right, Desmond, give me a groovy bass line there. Okay, Dennis, and you can join in when you're ready.
Nice. That sounds really good. Let's get another groove. We're still dialing in some bass tones over here. Awesome, guys. That sounded fantastic. We're very happy over here. We also put a little bit of compression on the snare now. Just picking up a little bit. Got quite a lot of compression on the bass as well, using a 1176 star compressor here with a pretty high ratio, 8:1. Like a medium slow attack and a very fast release on that, and that's giving us about kind of 10 dB on the lower notes, and that's also just to even out the bass a little bit, because especially with slap bass and with the difference between the low notes and the high notes on the bass, sometimes they can really be a very different volume. So adding compression to that can just smooth that out a bit and even it out. Thank you very much. You can come back over here.
Welcome back. This is the All Ears Live Studio Session live from Workshop Exhibition live from the studio. Sagarias, 5 days in studio, room full of musicians, and you, the artists. Be sure to check us out on All Ears Facebook page and also on our All Ears page Instagram as well. We just did the bass now. Now we're gonna get into the guitars. There's a lot of stuff happening. It's a 5-day workshop. So guys, do check us out, and also know this event made possible by the National Arts Council of Namibia, giving you guys this amazing experience coming to you live from your home.
welcome back. Hi, Saki.
Hey,
How
what's
are you?
up? Fine, thanks, and
Yeah.
you? Great.
All good. What do you have for us today? You're playing guitar.
I play the lead guitar, yes. I do have the lead guitar with me, the pedal board, and then must have Princeton Reverb right
And
there.
a Princeton reverb. All
Yes.
right. I think let's start with the guitar. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your guitar?
Thanks.
We're
This
going to
is,
stand a bit further from each other so we can.
so as I find if I take off the
Yeah.
mask or just hanging it on here. So, this is the Fender Stratocaster. I love the Fender because of three single coil pickups. And yeah, this all that headstock we call it this tuning packs. It's a spaghetti tuning packs. So I
Spaghetti
love-
tuning.
yeah,
Is
I
that what
love-
they're called?
this is spaghetti tuning packs. Yeah. So yeah, I used the strings. I used it's a 10 to 46.
10 to 46.
Yes,
So yeah.
10 to 46.
So that's like a standard
And-
gauge set for
Yeah, standard
standard
gauge.
tuning.
Because I used once 10 to 52. So right 52, and it pick up my guitar's braids, and I thought my guitar's gonna broke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I took the set off and restring it with 10 to 46. Yeah.
Alright, yeah, it's a
Standard.
beautiful guitar. I seen it's seen some
Yeah.
seen some tough days,
It's cracking down. It's cracking all over the body.
but
so-
it's still that makes it
Yeah.
characterful, right?
Yes, yes, and this guitar was given. A friend gave me this guitar. I can't remember. I think it's 2018, 17 around. And I really love to play the Fender Stratocaster. It's beautiful sound, beautiful guitar, and when I play this guitar, you can see the joyful face.
Yes, I
And-
definitely
and the
can
smile,
see the joyful face.
And
Yeah.
I really play this guitar with a meaning.
Yes.
I play it with meaningful. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Mm.
So here at the back, I removed this
Mhm.
what you call this
The cover,
plastic
yeah.
plastic cover. It's not because of getting nice sound or whatever it is. It's because of I want to restring quick as much
Yes.
as
Okay.
I can. So this is the string holes.
So the strings
So I can-
feed through here.
Yeah,
and they go
so
through
I
the
can
top.
restring my guitar very fast and very super. Like when I go play and I break a string for an accident,
Mm.
I can just take out the string and not like struggling 30 minutes or
Yeah.
an hour to put a string. That's the reason I removed the plate.
Okay.
So it's also looking good. So
Mm.
and here we come to the pickups. So this is the original pickups for this Stratocaster, and this is a neck pickup. And yeah, this is made in Japan.
Mm. Oh, what? It's a Japanese one.
It's
Oh,
a
wow.
Japanese one. Yes.
So where do you find yourself kind of with the pickup selector? It's a 5-way, no?
It's a 5-way.
So which one's your favorite position? Would you say?
I like the neck pickup when I play clean.
Yeah.
It just gives me that thick, clean sound for jazz music, or just like listenable music,
Yeah.
which everybody can listen to.
All right.
Yeah.
Great.
That's what I
So
play.
let's plug this guitar in and just hear it clean through the amp first.
Yeah.
And then we're going to talk a little bit about the amp, and then we're going to dive into your pedal board. I see you've got a couple goodies on here.
Yeah.
We're going to check them out and what they sound like. So yeah, you can plug in, and I will just bring up the volume of the amp a little bit. Or actually, in the meantime, I'll tell you a little bit about this amp. So this is a Fender Princeton,
Princeton.
and this you also play a Princeton.
Yes, I also play the Princeton. So I love Princeton sound. It just gives me
How would you describe the sound of the Princeton?
the difference between my Princeton and this Princeton.
No, just in
Oh.
general, the Princeton. What
It's
sets it
really-
apart from other amplifiers?
It gives me a warmest, thick sound. Just I don't know.
It has a lot of mid range.
Yes,
right? It has
and
a lot of that kind of chesty
Yes, yes.
sound, right?
When you hit the first chord, you can feel the sound in your chest. You know.
All right, so let's give that a try.
Yeah, sure. And also, as an instrument player, you need to. The first important pedal is a tuner pedal.
A tune, yeah, that is correct. So where are we plugged into right now?
So we are tuning pedals. So you here. There you go.
Okay, so just play a couple of chords for us there, so I can just set a level here. Also has a lot of bass. Great. Yeah, so I just roll off a little bit of the bass here.
Yeah.
Because it does have a lot of bass, and then just open up the treble a little bit. And that it's a very plain amp. It just has volume,
It just-
treble, and bass.
Because I personally don't like about the Met.
Mm.
So Princeton was meant for me. It doesn't have
Yeah.
Met, you know.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's a symbol. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. It's sounding fantastic.
okay. So then before we get into actually miking up this guitar cabinet, why don't you tell us a little bit about what pedals you use and why?
So this is a Joey-O. That's the first pedal. It's a volume and wah pedal. So as a blues player, we like to play wah pedal because the guy who played wah pedal was Jimmy. So we used to get that sound and get play wah, and once we get this beautiful sound, we just use it in some parts as a lead guitar player. So we don't use it every time. And that's a Joey. It's also a volume pedal, which I play.
So you can do like volume swells with it. So.
I do play swells like when I play. So that's the swells I used to play, and yeah, maybe I should just play like
Give us some.
And some Hendrix.
Give us some.
So yeah, that's when you switch on the wall. Excuse me. It gives you a little.
Nice.
So that's your wall pedal, and next to the wall pedal, I do have the audio tuning pedal, which I use. That's the first pedal as an instrument player. So when I press the tune pedal, it cuts all the sound off, so I can tune. The audience will not hear my tuning. So while I talk to the audience, I will just keep tuning my guitar.
That's actually a very important point that you raised.
Yeah.
There, because nobody wants to hear someone tune their
Nobody
guitar on
wants
stage,
to hear
right?
It's I don't
And
know how you
even
call
even
that.
in the studio, it's
Yeah.
also it's just good etiquette, right?
Yeah.
To have a mute when you tune your guitar.
Yes, it mutes, cut all the sound out. So,
All right.
and here next to tuner, I do have the compression pedal, which also I think cuts out the loudness of playing, loudness of your finger picking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It squashes the sound together.
Yes,
a bit.
yes. It sounds like you play like without. You can hear the. And with the compression, you will hear like. It just sustains
Yeah, it takes out those loud notes and it makes them quiet, and it takes the soft notes and
Yes.
makes them louder.
Yes.
So it's actually called a compression sustainer. So
Yeah, compression sustain.
also makes your notes ring out longer, right?
Yes, it
Yeah.
also sustains the notes very longer than before.
Does that mean it has a slow release or what?
With guitar pedal compressors, they usually have a. Let's see. This one has an attack time on it.
Yeah.
So you can, if you put it on max. Yeah. So if you put it on max, that's kind of a fast attack. So it'll
Yeah.
react to your playing
Yes.
very quickly.
Yeah.
But it's probably got a fixed release because I don't see any control for that on here. Maybe that's the sustain.
But
knob.
the sustain part of it, is that because of slow release?
The sustain part of
Adding
it.
sustain to an electric guitar, how would you do it with a compressor if you had a standing compressor in front of you?
Yeah, with long release.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I assume that
Yeah.
just has a naturally long release.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why it's a compressor and sustain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So that's a compression and a sustain.
Mm-hmm. And then we've got this very interesting thing. I'm a big fan of anything that's geometric. So there's an object on here that I don't know what it's called, but it looks very cool. What is this?
Yeah, that's a golden boy pedal made in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
So it's received.
Oh, it's a
from
new
friend.
pedal.
It's a new pedal, yes. So and yeah, the pedal just, how do you say the other word? The pedal was pointed as a best overdrive pedal in 2020.
Oh wow!
Nominate, yeah.
All right.
So I get this pedal from a friend, all the way from Canada. He sent me
Oh,
as
that's awesome.
a birthday gift, and I couldn't believe. We even see each other like in person live.
Mm.
We just speak to each other through Instagram, and
Yeah,
yeah,
that's so cool. That's a very cool
that's also
story.
a good point to have like musician friends out there everywhere and speak to them.
Yeah,
And
awesome. So
that's the pedal. So
and this has a bunch of different overdrive sounds in it, doesn't it?
yes, it has a boost which you can boost like so once you it boosts the clean sound without that's without the pedal. So with a boost, that's a boost.
Nice.
And the pedal, the good thing about the pedal is it has like four different sounds in it. So I'm gonna quickly explain to this overdrives. It has 4 different overdrives. So that's it. That's a clean. It'll be a little bit noisy now. But, it is a green mode, and when you hold it for a second, it flashes up the light. And I can go to that next LED light. It gives me, if you can just listen to it, it gives me
Different voicings, right?
yes,
Yeah.
different voices. If you want that voice, you just hold it for a second, and it's on the next voice. That's the overdrive pedal.
So essentially, on the right side here, you have a boost,
I have a
and then
boost.
you have the overdrive over here, which
Yes.
has 4 different voicings.
Yes, I think
Oh,
I can
wow.
also get a different boost here.
Oh
Let's
wow.
just see. Yeah, you also get a different boost there.
Okay.
So let's see. Yeah, you see that? So you can cycle the gain up there.
Okay.
So yeah.
So it sounds tonally quite different, those boosts.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
quite-
very powerful.
Then you get green boost.
I like that one.
Yeah.
You like that one?
It's quite
I
big.
think that one is it sounds like it is a compression
Mm.
in a sound.
Like for solo, if you're gonna go to solo,
Yeah.
you know how you're playing a couple of your really thin strings,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
That would thicken that out quite nicely.
Let's see some overdrive and we see how it goes. Yeah, I think that's
Thick, it's
Great
really thick.
stuff.
Yeah.
So this is a cool pedal because it's got like it's got you as a,
Yeah,
as a
yeah.
lead guitarist.
Yeah.
It's like the
That's
one
awesome.
because you got boost and
Yeah,
4 distortions.
it's really.
That's a really cool
I,
pedal,
I,
man.
I really love this pedal.
Shout out
To Canada.
to your friend in Canada.
Yeah, shout out to
Awesome.
my friend called Joey Landreth. It's his signature pedal, yeah.
Oh,
Golden Boy.
wow.
I love this Golden Boy so much. So
I think we
That's
might
great.
like it too now.
Yeah.
This demonstration.
so yeah, I really dig this sound. It's like see the next page. What's the next page? So we are at the green page and that's more like it's more gain,
More gain,
overdrive.
yeah.
You can hear the
So,
gain in the
Yeah,
amplifier.
you can hear
Nice.
more gain in the ring of a sustain. out
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
That sounds beautiful.
I love it.
Cool. Why don't you mute the rig for us here with the tuner,
Yeah.
and we can have a look at miking up this amp.
Beautiful.
So we've got this this lovely Fender Princeton here, and it's a combo amp, so it has a built-in speaker, and we have a microphone in front of it. But right now I want to place it in front of the speaker, but I can't see the speaker. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my phone here and turn on a torch and go right up against the grill here and see if I can. I don't know if you zoom in, you can maybe see the speaker here. And as a general rule of thumb with a guitar amp, if you go into the center, you'll have a pretty bright and like trebly sound, and the further you move to the outside of the cone, the more bassy and less bright your tone is going to get. So generally I like to start kind of at the edge of the dust cap, which is this, I don't know if that's visible on camera.
Again, I'm sorry to go back to what you just said. Isn't it weird to you, or it was to me? It's like contrary to popular belief. Again, that there's another word for it, but how the low end is on the outside of the cone and the high frequency is in the middle. Isn't that to you? When I learned that, I was like, that's like opposite to what I thought it would be.
It is a bit weird. Well, the speaker has is more focused in the middle, right? It actually does what it's supposed to do most efficiently in the middle there.
As well as the high frequency is the most like
Yeah.
direct, and the
Exactly.
lows will be omni.
So the more you go to the outside of the cone here, the stiffer the cone actually is, and the less movement of air you have. So there's less, I don't
and
know if that
because
makes
the
any
low
sense.
frequency is omni, you still get it on the side as opposed to direct in the middle
Yes.
where the high frequency is going to hit
Yeah,
you.
so because high frequencies are way more directional than low frequencies, right? So they have a small band where they pierce, and you can, even when you've got an amp like this turned up in the room, if you're right in front of it, it'll blow your ears out, right?
It'll blow your
So
ears.
if you go a little bit to the side, it becomes a lot tamer on the ears, and our microphone is essentially our ears in this situation. So again, Shure SM57, industry standard, works on anything, especially on guitar amps. So I like to start kind of at the edge of the dust cap, but the best way to do these kind of things is obviously with your ears. So Saki, if you can play a little bit for us, and I'll turn it down a little bit because I don't want to get blown away, but I'll just move my ear around here a little bit and kind of hear what's going on this amp. So right away I can hear that on this this side here, probably also because of the baffle we've got going on. This baffle has a lot of absorption on this side. So this baffle has a lot of absorption on this side, so it's going to be a bit duller over here. So let's bring this mic kind of over here. That's going to be a good starting point. It's like halfway between the dust cap and the edge of the speaker. And I think we'll go over to the control room and have a listen to that. And then we'll move it if we feel like it needs to be moved.
Alright, yeah, sure.
Cool. So Saki, you can just play for us in here, jam out and put on the headphones.
So I see that.
Boom. Let's do it. We're hearing the microphone now, so let's play a couple bars, clean stuff, and then you can switch over to some lead playing. Just give us a variety of tones here, and we will check out the sound on this side. So maybe turn the boost off first, so we just start clean, and then you can bring the boost in a little bit later. Okay, now bring in the boost. Okay, just turn down the output of the boost a little bit. And turn it off and on as you're playing. Okay, Saki, turn off the compressor quickly and the boost pedal as well. So let's just get the clean guitar sound first. Okay, Adam's gonna come in and just slightly move the microphone. Good.
Right, now you can just continue playing and then bring in the boost and go into a lead thing so we just hear the difference, the jump there. And solo with the boost pedal, please. Okay, and then back to clean. Cool, and now go into a full distortion. Sorry, say again? Yeah, with everything. Okay, stop talking, we're gonna come in. The amp is sounding a bit weird, but I think it's the speaker. So what we're gonna try is we're gonna put a different cab on this amp and see what's going on there. All right, see you now.
Okay, and we're back. So we were listening to it back in there. So, and especially when you switch between the sounds, the differences are quite extreme. So we're gonna just try a different cab on here. So over here, we've got another speaker. And I think that can just chill next to the amp. And now I'll just get a speaker cable for us as well.
So the cab's gonna come from Princeton as well.
Yeah, so the Princeton's going to be the amplifier,
Yeah.
and that's going to be speaker. That speaker's sounding a little bit
Okay.
shaky in the low mids, you know.
So it does like a little bit of distort. Or?
Yeah, like it just sounds a bit strange. It's you know how it is. Get the best sound you can, however you can. Yeah. You could bring your Princeton in tomorrow. We can try that one as well.
Yeah,
Maybe there's
sure.
just something going on with this one.
Sure.
So we could try that as well.
Sure.
But for now, let's just check out this orange, see
Let's
if
check
that
out and
cone
see.
sounds nice.
Let's check out and see.
Right.
Here we go.
So here's your speaker cable.
Thank you.
So I'm just gonna move this a little bit over.
So I unplug this in from here to its speaker
Mm-hmm.
and attach our new speaker in to there.
Yeah.
There we go. Then I can fire this bad boy up again.
Okay, just a second. Let's just get this microphone.
There's definitely enough tubes in here. Hugh.
Mm.
Yeah.
All right. This mic is live right now. So can you give me a little bit more cable slack back there for the SM57?
Probably because I'm standing on the cable slack. There you go.
I will off this camera so we can do a bit. Okay. This should be good enough.
Can I power this up again?
Okay, and also give me some cable slack on this one.
Yeah, I think
Or we just move this.
You don't even need that one.
There we go.
That's going to be the guitar.
Okay.
switch. Okay, it's getting back on.
Okay, and we're back. Yeah. That's sounding a lot cleaner. Okay, so give us the distortion.
This doesn't.
Yeah. Alright, Saki, turn down your gain on the distortion just a little bit. Let's see if that helps us out. Okay, and give us some lead playing, please. Awesome. Okay, so now play some leads and then switch over to some clean strumming. And then we should be good. Okay, now turn up the output of your overdrive a little bit more. So when you switch the overdrive so that's a bit louder.
Okay, and to clean. Distortion still a little bit louder. Let's make the output a little bit louder still. That's where the boost is coming in. Okay. So now,
Never play distortion without
so maybe then I'll ask you this way: play, clean, and then go into a solo, and then we can hear what the levels are doing. Yeah, we definitely need more level on that, more output on that. No, turn up the output, or the. Okay, let's then switch back and forth. Do that change again. So is the boost also going to come in there now? Yeah, that sounds good. But I think still a little bit more output on the pedal. All right, let's try it. Okay, and with the boost. Okay, just can you still turn it up a little bit more? The output of the pedal, right? So. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so we just want to get it right like this first, and then we can add the compressor. So now let's just here again between, just give me like 2 chords clean, and then turn on both the overdrive and the boost at the same time, and then give me a solo. Awesome, that's perfect. That's perfect. So let's add the compression sustainer in there as well, and let's do the same thing. Awesome. That's perfect. So we're finished. Happy. All right. So thank you, Saki, very much. I'll turn on the room mic here so that people can hear you. Thanks.
And we are back. This is day one of the All Ears Live, coming to you live from Nautilus Studios, Sagarias, Namibia. 5 days in studio, bunch of artists, and yes, you, the audience. This is amazing made possible by National Arts Council of Namibia, and we are coming to you live from Nautilus Studios. Be sure to catch us on Facebook at All Ears and Instagram at All Ears as well. We're gonna take a break. After the break, you're gonna have more of this live event coming to you live. We are back. This is the All Ears live sessions coming to you from Nautilus Studios in Sagarias, Namibia. 5 days in studio with a room full of musicians, and it's happening right here in this week. Be sure to keep your ears and everything in check at the All Ears Facebook page that is on Facebook and also on Instagram. Proudly brought to by Nation Arts Council of Namibia, and we are live. And it's an ad break, which means people are going out there to get some food. It's been a long day, from drum setups to mixing of guitars to bass, and it's gonna be a blast. Right now, I'm joined by Nomad from the Quest. How you doing, man?
I'm awesome, bro.
Yeah?
I'm awesome. Like the whole vibe, the atmosphere here today.
It's day one.
It's amazing. Like I was only expecting to come in tomorrow, but having been called in today to come help out with camera, like, bro, I was just super excited to do it. I jumped. I was busy painting.
Right.
And I just left everything. I'm like in the shower, out of the shower, clothes on,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm running. And I'm like, Rain Man, tell Gunther I'm on my way. So yeah, it's awesome. And since then, just being here, like vibing with everyone, it's lekker. I enjoy it.
And what's your highlight so far if you've been here? I mean,
Yo.
a lot's happening.
Like, to be honest, I can't decide on a highlight, you know, because from this morning, because I started at home watching the stream while
Right.
I was busy, like just getting everything, seeing everything going online, seeing people logging in, like that was already an amazing experience. Then getting here and realizing like everyone that's here, because we've been chilling a couple of times now with rehearsals and stuff.
True.
But I think that we're more people here today than it's been here throughout the past 2-3 weeks. We've been busy, and like everyone is just happy, you know. It's like you can sense the passion in everyone
True.
for the music. So that's like
And also just as a coastal musician and a creative, this whole initiative, how do you feel about this?
But first off, like I've always been one of the people that have been saying there's not enough opportunities
True.
for artists at the coast.
True.
Since a few years back when Nautilus started, Nautilus has been doing everything in their power to change that whole situation. Like, we've had workshops here that I've enjoyed thoroughly. We've had the opportunity, me and my band Wakambi, to record here.
Wow.
Me myself, I've had the opportunity to record here and work with the guys. I've been helping them on a few freelance jobs, like the audio for the White Line movie, as well as some video work with Rain Man. And every single time, I just get blown away by the opportunity that we've got right now.
True.
So with the whole All Ears online platform, I just feel like COVID showed us this year that even though we as musicians, we love interacting with our followers, we love the rush of being on stage with people in front of you screaming, just enjoying your music with you. I think there's nothing that can substitute that rush, you know what I'm saying? But in this time and in this day and age where we need to figure out alternative ways of making money,
Sure.
I think this All Ears platform has truly just been an eye-opener for us.
Since, I mean, everybody's was panicking and the pandemic and all that stuff, but as a creative, normally you have to be in a space with a lot of people. Now, for you as a creative, how have you become, would I say, more creative in your own space? Because now it's only you, and you don't have to talk to other artists in that space. How have you coped throughout this pandemic?
I've been doing music for a long time, hip-hop in specific, and I've always been one who likes writing with an exclusive group of people.
Okay, true.
So I've never really been one to just be open to meeting new people.
True.
But this year has definitely taught me that relationships, whether it's just networking, whether it's just supporting each other, it's very important in the music industry, because Namibia is such a small country. We don't even have 3 million people in this country.
True.
And to be honest, I don't think a lot of those people truly go out there and buy music and support musicians. So if we as musicians don't support each other, then there's just no hope. There's no hope. And I think that's one of the things that COVID has taught me, that we really need to be open and in sync with each other's needs as musicians.
I mean, in sync, do you have like a brand that you represent? I mean, as an artist, because now you have to be physically present all the time on live to be relevant. How have you kept up with that?
Okay, firstly, as Nomad, you know, I've got my Nomad brand that I to represent. But I've got a band, Wakambi, and I've got the Khoisan movement, which the T-shirt I've got on will also be up tomorrow, I think,
Okay,
for
cool,
an
yeah,
interview with you. And then of course I've got a separate project with my best friend Reiner, and we are known as Storytate, which is a whole different vibe, a whole different point of view on music. So for me, it's always been not just about branding myself, but about establishing brands and establishing platforms that will live on. You know what I'm saying? That I know in a few years' time I can step back from Khoisan, and the next generation of Afrikaans MCs would be willing to take on that moniker and run with it. The same with Wakambi, the same with Storytate, you know what I'm saying? So it's always been about continuity,
True.
you know what I'm saying? Just keeping the arts and the music alive, I suppose, yeah.
I mean, and guys, this is what you can actually learn throughout the week. I do know we'll be back at 7 o'clock with a lot of stuff. Be sure to be in tune, interact with All Ears on Facebook. That is All Ears on Facebook, and also on Instagram at All Ears as well. All Ears, NAM. This is probably brought to you by the National Arts Council of Namibia. That's great.
Yeah,
it's really great.
It's awesome. I think the National Arts Council. Look, I think we can always criticize, especially government institutions, because we'll always feel there's more they can do. But I think what the National Arts Council has done in availing all this funding, not just for the All Ears, but I know of a few projects that they have funded throughout this year to help people with COVID relief. I think it's been, what do you call it? Admirable. Yeah, definitely.
And that being said, this is the first time this is happening. So basically, you as the consumer, the listener at home, you get to see what happens behind the scenes, from the setting up to the recording, the rehearsal, like everything. Because most times you just have the product, but you don't really know what happened. It's like coming to a restaurant and the chef takes you onto like a tour on how the menu works, the food works, and it's so much happening, guys. So live from Nautilus Studios. Do know to come back and check us on Facebook and Instagram as well as All Ears NAM. Instagram All Ears NAM. This is All Ears live from studio. Welcome back, guys. It is All Ears Live from the Studios, Sagarias, Namibia. Proudly brought to you by National Arts Council, COVID-19 Relief Fund. We are live from the studios, 5 days in studio, creative musicians, and yes, you, the audience. We came back from a lunch break. The band just went out to get some food. But now we're going to go into the main room and check out the guitar setup.
Welcome back, everybody. Hi, Gerry.
Yeah.
How are you?
Blessed, brother. Blessed.
Yes.
Yes.
Welcome. You've got acoustic guitar for us today.
True, yeah.
All right. So it's a very simple setup for you. Actually, we're just plugging you back into a DI box. Pretty much same thing as with the bass. So obviously, with the acoustic guitar being in the room with the loud drums, with everybody singing, putting a microphone on here will not work. So it will pick up way too much of the noise of all the other instruments. So most of acoustic guitars have a built-in piezo pickup, which is actually like a little, it's crystals, isn't it? It's some crystals that are underneath this bridge here, and they convert the vibrations into a small signal, very tiny little soft signal, and the DI box basically takes that signal, converts it into something that we can make loud with the preamp, so that we can hear you. So let's plug you in. Adam, while you're here, and you deal with the DI boxes a lot more than I do, because you're on stage and you've got, you've probably sometimes got like 20.
I'll stand behind you guys.
Yeah,
okay.
so you probably sometimes have like 20 DI boxes that you need to manage. Like, what are some maybe anecdotes?
Things about DIs.
Some things about
Things
DIs.
about DIs. Well, you got a couple of kinds of DIs. You got passive and active, and where to use that passive or active DI. What you're doing. Often it's determined by what instrument you're plugging into it.
Yes.
You know. So the general rule of thumb, and correct me if I'm wrong, is active guitar goes into a
Active.
passive DI.
A passive DI.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, I might be wrong, but I believe it's active guitar, passive DI. Passive guitar, active DI. Because somewhere you have to get some power into this circuit to amplify as much as we need to take this low impedance to such a much higher impedance. Is that correct?
Well, high impedance
High
to
impedance to low impedance. Sorry, my
impedance,
apologies.
right. So we're balancing the signal first of all. So from just a normal.
So inside of a jack, there's only two cables.
Exactly.
And what you mean by balanced, or what you're trying to say, is this cable doesn't get rid of noise.
Exactly.
Or
It's
it picks
basically
up
a
noise.
large antenna.
This is a large version of this.
Yes.
In there, this cable a long distance will pick up a lot of noise. And in an XLR, there's three cables, and inside the plug of an XLR, that third one is flipped out of phase here, back in phase on the end.
Exactly.
So what happens is the two cables that might pick up the noise. There's a third one that is flipped out of phase when it picks up the noise, and then flip back into flip the noise out of phase.
Exactly.
So you're just flipping
any interference that happens on the cable, once you balance it, it cancels out.
Exactly.
Right. It cancels out, and then you can go long cable runs.
And that's what we're doing in the studio. We're going down through this into a box.
You're actually raising a pretty good point here with active output, passive DI. So yeah, an active DI you would use on something that has a low output, like a super low output, passive.
Like
instrument.
a passive acoustic
I see,
guitar.
sorry
Yeah,
for
but-
this interrupting. I see it's also like two. Sometimes you can use a
So-
microphone cable.
So this guitar actually has a built-in DI box.
Exactly. So this is balanced already. So
Okay.
if you did have problems with this, at least there's another option, as well as you could go balanced and eradicate this two
Yeah.
cable situation.
Yes.
And that could also be nice.
Yeah.
Also, I like these connections if I can use them because obviously it doesn't slip out as easy as a DI.
That's also a
and,
good
the,
point.
and the Exolot clips in.
yeah, yeah.
So we can try a bunch of different things. So let's see how it sounds on this DI. We might need to, because it's depending on what signal comes out of the guitar, we might need to use the pad on this.
Yeah, so there's a couple of options that end up on most DIs, and that's just the lift
Yes.
or earth in this case, and all that does is it takes your ground pin of the DI and it removes it completely.
Yes.
So if you had a situation where you had different power points and one of them had an issue, you'd want to remove that ground from the situation, and that's what that
That's
does.
where the hum, you know, when you've got that
yeah.
woo on your
yeah,
guitar.
yeah,
yeah,
sometimes.
that's a
Um,
ground lift
you
or a
can
ground
use that.
loop,
Or ground lift.
and well, the ground lift is to get rid of it.
Exactly.
And all of them have a pad usually,
Hmm.
and that's if the signal is too hot, you can go down first by 20 dBs, and this DI I really like it because DB
Yeah.
Audio has a few of these as well. You can go down to 40 dBs if,
Yeah.
it's,
So
if
if
it's
you have
really
a keyboard
hot.
or something that's just come in and way
Yeah,
too
yeah,
loud,
yeah.
Okay.
then you can.
So like on our keyboard, for instance, we have a passive DI because the keyboard has power. It's
Yeah.
powered hot, and it's a lot louder and hotter than
Yeah.
let's say this little tiny
Yeah.
Okay.
piezo pickup in here. So yeah, that's the general things you find on a DI. The other thing is obviously the link we mentioned earlier to link it into something else. You use these for many clever things
Yes.
if you have, time and,
Yeah.
and feel like having fun. But that's it, eh? It's
Yeah.
pretty basic, and off we go.
Yeah. Let's plug it back in, and we'll go to the other side
Yeah.
in a moment, and you can
Have a pair of cans.
have a pair of headphones here.
Okay.
This one is getting in the way.
Yeah. I think. Wait. Boom, boom, boom. There we go.
Very interesting strategy. Over there. Cool.
Cables. So
Awesome.
there we go. Maybe put the headphone,
Sorry.
the cables behind you.
Yeah, true.
There you go, and then you can
Feel comfortable.
feel comfortable. Right.
Yeah, sure.
Hear you on the other side.
Yeah.
So, Gerry, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great stuff. So, you can start playing for us, please.
Okay.
So now we're just hearing the guitar through the DI. So strum some chords for us, please. Now I'm putting a compressor on it. So the compressor that we've got in here right now is basically taking the loud notes and making them a bit softer, and then taking the soft notes and making them a bit louder. So when I turn it off and on, I make sure to match the level so that it stays at the same level, but it also again just smooths out your performance. So you can continue playing for us, please. that's about it for the acoustic guitar. Thank you very much, Gerry. Right, so that means we can move on to keyboards, and then we almost have a full band. You can actually stay right there, because keyboards will be pretty quick, and we will hear you soon.
Welcome back. We're here with Theo. Theo is our lovely keyboard player, and he's had this keyboard now for a little bit. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this keyboard and what you've been able to, what kind of sounds you did find on it, and
Okay.
just what in general.
Okay. First of all, for me playing on this was something related to heaven. So my experience was amazing because it was actually the first time I played on this, and I don't think there's actually words how to express, because the options are so much, you get lost in the options first of all. But it was nice to literally have an opportunity to like go into this and just lose myself and create pathways to find myself back again, so I can also land. So for me, what was brilliant about this particular keyboard is the fact that it diversifies the sounds. And just an example.
So let's actually, So you play a little bit?
Yeah.
So I'll bring up the level.
And we're talking.
And what I actually like the most about this particular keyboard is the piano, the electric piano. It has this road sound, and when it goes,
feel.
yes, it's just amazing. Yes.
Yeah, it's a very like a
Sweaty.
That's a great
Very swell.
Other thing about that was I actually uncovered literally things you can do in a studio. You can literally do here, like adding reverb, like literally, it's just amazing. And even delays, like almost like having a heavenly sound. I don't know. Yeah. And the other thing that stood out for me was literally the organ. And the other thing about this is you can literally adjust it with this tubes or what is this lever?
The drawbars.
The drawbars.
Yeah, you can pull up all the stops, right?
Yes, and literally pull them all up again. It's just the options are too much, like I said, literally. So you can literally program them all. It's just amazing.
So what kind of sounds were you looking for when you were diving into the keyboard for this production now?
For this production, I actually just brought it down to 3 basic ones: the grand piano, the E piano, and the organ.
Alright.
Yeah, so I can diversify and do particular stuff with the sounds and add my melodies, and like if I should solo or something, then I literally have something to solo with. Know exactly what I want, and it's just amazing.
Those are really the 3 sounds.
The
that
3
make
sounds.
those songs. And,
Yeah.
and if you have a keyboard that has those 3 sounds and
Yeah.
they're all great,
Yes,
that's the keyboard you want.
that's the keyboard you want. No, after this, I actually should speak to you. Where did you find this one? Yeah, it's amazing.
No, it's great. Like we actually rent this out quite a lot because it's very popular. Like
Okay.
it does the basic sounds really well, right?
Okay.
So that's
But
cool.
this is an electro,
This is the electro.
so it actually has some synth patches and things like nice stuff.
It does, yeah.
on it as
So
well.
the 3 things it's designed to do, right, is to do the organ sounds.
Yeah.
A lot of the like the Hammond organ and church organs, rock organs, all kinds of different organs. Then it's got a lot of the E pianos, Wurlitzer, Rhodes, those kind of things, and then it's got a synth section, which I actually haven't dived into yet, which is a very kind of deep thing here.
It is.
Where you get all of your synthesizer sounds. So
Almost like sci-fi sounds.
exactly, yeah. No, very exciting. Yeah, in terms of signal from the keyboard, again, we're talking about DI boxes here. So in this case,
In this case, we got what? We got a Pro DI. This is
Yeah.
by Radial. I'm a huge fan of these. This is when Gernot mentioned just now that I use thousands of DIs. It's this one times 1,000. I don't know if you can get this in the shot
pick
down
it up
here.
a little bit. And
Yeah, I've got a bit of tight cables happening, so we can put it there as like a display with you. Anyways, I really like Radial. They make great DIs, and DIs never failed on me from Radial.
Yeah.
Like never.
yeah, exactly. I mean, this thing weighs a ton. You can drive over it with your car. Nothing will happen.
100%. And these are great because they're a stereo DI, so you can see we've got the keyboard patched in here, left and right, and we have a left and right out. It's even labeled. Cute.
Yeah.
Same things appear on here, like a ground left and pad. This one only has a 15 dB pad, but on each channel. So that's pretty cool. If you ever get a wonky keyboard sound with one side out and you have a Pro D2, it's most likely one of the pads.
Exactly. No, and a lot of times when I'm over there and I'm bringing up the keyboard, I'm like, oh, I'm only hearing one side, and I'm
You already know,
it's
yeah, you
probably
already
a
know.
pad that's pressed over there.
But yeah, it keeps it clean having the stereo DI like this instead of
Yes.
2 singles all over the place,
Yes.
and it helps manage it. So these are really great, and they sound fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic, and they
Yeah.
just build like a tank. So
Well,
not
basically,
much
with
more we
a
can say.
DI, what you want is something that doesn't sound like anything, right? It's just
Yeah.
supposed to let the signal through and not
be
color
fully-
it in
don't touch
any
it.
way.
Just give me that thing clean, especially if it's something like this, like a Nomad, which sounds incredible. I work a lot with the Stage 3 for piano sounds and stuff, and a lot of the jazz guys from South Africa love it, and they just, when I say, oh, I can't give you your baby grand on our
Yeah.
stage, but I can give you this. They all go, oh, at least.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So it really has great sounds, and I think that's the battle. And I think that's about it when it comes to keyboards. It's all about the guy playing the keys. man.
Yes, exactly.
And usually he needs to know what's going on in here because that front house guy or the sound engineer half the time doesn't.
Yeah.
You know, so at least we got one.
Great stuff.
one
Yeah, and
guy
keyboard
here.
players, as long as they mix themselves, because one of the things that you run into with keyboards is when you change patches.
Yeah.
Sometimes one patch is a lot louder than another patch.
Yeah.
So to be able to quickly level it
Yes.
out on the keyboard is also very important.
But it's also very dangerous.
It's also
Like
very
at a live
dangerous.
show, a lot of keyboards will dial down their master volume just so
Yes.
that after show they can get me.
Oh,
you know, and
you think
that's
so,
something
yeah.
I really dislike. So when I do a live show, I kind of force them to open it up
Ideally,
all
what
the way.
sorry, ideally what you want to do my voice now, is program your patches and have them sound the same before you actually go in, so that your master level can pretty much remain
Exactly.
constant.
So you have a master level set for each patch, and you've leveled them out.
Yeah.
Obviously, when it comes to live, you can't do that. You're just
Yeah.
rocking up from South Africa or somewhere, and here's the same keyboard you know, but you gotta now get in there.
But it's also something to keep in mind as an engineer. Whenever you're dealing with keyboards, you have to know that sometimes it's going to be too loud, some going to be too soft. It's where you're going to reach for the preamps quite a lot, and just dial it back in as the show goes along. Because as the energy increases, everything gets turned up.
The guy also wants to increase, you know.
Yes.
The guy wants to play harder, but it doesn't go anywhere.
One thing I can actually share is concerning me playing keyboard. The most frustrating thing as a player of a keyboard, shall I say, was the fact that you can't hear yourself. You normally only heard yourself from the main outs. There was never a monitor or earphone. Literally, that was the most gory, or so to say, not nice part of playing
Being a
music.
keyboard,
So,
because the
yes.
guitar has a nice amp to
You
back
see,
himself. The
he
bass
can
is
hear
there, the drums are
100,
like,
he can hear himself
The
now.
keyboard has to rely
And
on
I'm like,
what-
hello, me, hello, me. But yeah, I think that's one of the things that are overlooked a lot is a great keyboard amplifier.
Yes.
Actually.
Yes.
And they're really nice to have because then you feel like a guitarist. You got your little amplifier, you're happy, and like a good small band sound in a small bar. It's nice to have that kind of thing as well.
Definitely. Yeah.
Also, I like to hear things coming from where they are.
Yes.
And then I'll pan whatever front of house to the same
Yes.
side as that keyboard amp, for instance.
Yeah.
Get a nice vinyasa going, you know. It's
Ooh,
Friday night.
vinyasa.
Friday night we're feeling loose, you know. We gotta feel that vibe, otherwise.
Yes.
So yeah, that's keyboards, man. Very exciting. Keyboards also do a lot of the work in production, in doing a song together. It's so much work, but often it's just the swelling sound that no one's even taking notice of.
Yeah.
People overlook it, but it's
that-
definitely worth it.
That reminds me, we did a post on Instagram a while back, which was basically just a homage to keyboard players because they're so underappreciated a lot of the time, and they really hold something together. They put that icing on top, right, and they just underline the song and just make it beautiful. Right, we're raving about keyboards now, but we're pretty happy to move on and actually bring the rest of the guys into the room.
So let's get a band mix. We and Gernot could go to the front of house or the control room.
The control room, yeah.
Relaxing.
We're in the studio, we're not out on the field here.
Controlling things out there. So yeah, let's get our band sound together, and I'm really excited for this. So
Yeah.
let's do it.
All right. So, where's this?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Alright, let's get the notebook together.
That's what you hear.
Let's get the.
Where's mine?
Basement's
gonna play this corner.
We can just turn off.
Where's mine?
I'll get you yours.
Smiling eyes. Yes.
Smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. Smiling eyes.
Nice. Can you take your distortion off? With the blues driver, basically. I think the blues driver's off. It sounds quite chunky. We can try and get a nice clean tone for it.
You are using it.
Because you've got the... Is that the...
Solder?
It's the other one. I think the blues driver's on, right? What is that, a blues driver? Oh, it's a compressor. Okay. Okay, cool. Now carry on. That's nice. Yeah. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. These smiling eyes. That's nice.
These smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me.
These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see.
These smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me.
Lock me down in my home, got no place to go now. I've been seeing smiling eyes everywhere I go now. And then chorus all together.
These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see staring back at me. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see.
Actually, keyboards.
Oh, what's gone crazy, but for me it stayed the same. I'm still wearing this smiling eyes on my face. Like a butterfly, I'll rise up from my clothes and watch the universal healing now.
Smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see staring back at me. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see staring back at me.
softer again, mate. Alright, now he's up. Giving love.
I'm giving love to those who need it the most. Yeah. Trading smiles everywhere I go. With love we can do anything.
The world will smile one day. Try it again, brother. Alright, let me give you these ones.
Giving love to those who need it most. Giving love to those who need it most. Trading smiles everywhere I go. With love in our hearts. With love in our hearts we can do.
With love in our hearts, we can do anything. With love in our hearts, we can do anything.
Giving love to love is most. Trading smiles everywhere I go. With love we can do anything. With words, smile of one and
With love, we can do anything. The whole world will stand up and sing the chorus. And red eyes are all that you will ever see.
These smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see and staring back at me. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see.
One more in the back goes up.
Smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me.
That's it. We'll do a big vocal ending like that.
Awesome, sounds good. So, in case any one of you wants more kick, then turn up number 3. You can turn that up on your headphone controller. If you want more bass, you can turn up number 4. Are there any other requests?
How do I turn up keyboards?
We can put keyboards on another one. All right, let's put keyboard on 5 and 6. So we'll just have to link those channels.
Because I want to hear this, bro. Alright, for this next one, Saki, do you want to play that guitar? Well, do you guys want to try the other one? The other pretty one. Let's go through this. Let's do it again. Okay, cool. Let's take it from the top with this one. You got your words?
Smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. These smiling eyes.
That's nice. We'll work it in. I also want to figure out this thing.
3 and 5 and 6 will be your extra keys.
Cool, shot. All right. Let's hear it how it sounds in the chorus. I just also may find, I love the bass line. I think we need to decide on the ultimate groove between. Let's say like an idea of dynamics is the important thing. So chorus where we all lift it up, and then when the verses come in and they start singing, we like break it down a little bit, give that space and room, and then explode again because we have somewhere to go. So let's just work on your line quickly. Let's get a loop going. So like 1, 2, 3, and. To pick on the changes. So your changes are too quickly. Yeah, you were going to the chorus too quickly. Smiling eyes are all that you will ever see.
Smiling eyes are all that you will see and staring back at me.
Smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. Smiling eyes are all that you will see and stare. Let's try you out.
I'm giving love to those who need it most. Spreading smiles everywhere I go. With love we can do anything. The world will need one day.
One more time, try that again. Giving love to those who need it most.
I'm giving love to those who need it most.
Shredding smiles everywhere I go. With love we can do anything. With love we
You put on in our hearts, eh?
Okay, oh yeah.
With love in our hearts.
So let's take out that in our hearts. With love we can do anything. That's better. With love we can do anything.
The world will need
Together and sing. Like that vibe.
one day. Okay. I'm giving love to those who need it most. Trading smiles everywhere I go. With love
We can do anything.
the world will smile one day and see.
There we go. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see and staring back at you. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see and staring back at you. Lock me down in my home, got no place to go now. So take it to the top, yeah, there we go. I've been seeing smiling eyes everywhere I go now. And then chorus all together. Bring it up. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see and staring back at you. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see. Staring back at you. One more and then you're up. And now you.
I'm still wearing this, smiling eyes on my face. Like a butterfly, I'll rise up from my glow and watch the universal healing unfold.
These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see.
They're smiling eyes.
These smiling eyes are all that you will see and staring back at you. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see and staring. Suck it. Yeah. All right, then Greg, bring her down. And Greg.
Giving love to those who need it most. Spreading smiles everywhere I go. With love we can do anything. The world will smile one day and see.
All right. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see and staring back at you. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see. One more chorus. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see and staring back at you. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see and staring back at me. That's it. Oh yeah, and we're gonna whoop pa, just voices. At that point, there's no ending chord, nothing, just a vocal. How's it?
One more time.
Cool.
Do it again, then they say where to stop.
Cool, cool.
Exactly to stop.
Sweet. Let's do one more chorus and do exactly that stop. So 1, 2, 3, and smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see, and staring back at me. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see, and staring back at me. That's it.
Okay.
That's magic. That's magic. I like it. I like it. All right. Now we just need to think of an intro of how we're going to start this thing out. So, in my opinion, guitar is a good place to start. So start with that, and then come in with a little bit of a hat there, and you count it in. You do pretty much 2 reps of that chord sequence, and then we come in with the vocals. So it'll be like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 more, and then we have that hat. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see, and staring back at me. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see, and staring back at me. Lock me down in my home, got no place to go now. I've been seeing smiling eyes everywhere I go now. Cool chorus. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. These smiling eyes are all that you will see, and staring back at me. These smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. Out to this keys. Smiling eyes are all that you will see, and staring back at me. Magic. That's sounding tight, guys. What do you think, G-Man?
Right, that's sounding really good.
All right.
I love it.
Sweet.
How are your guys' headphone mixes? Is everybody hearing properly?
Oh, sweet. All right, should we try the other song and see how we get going with that? That's going to be... Do you want to be on guitar for that one?
Yeah, please. I agree.
Yeah, let's put you on guitar for that one.
This one.
Hey?
This one.
On that, on the bass?
This one, yeah.
You want to be on the bass?
Yeah, but I can assist with guitar.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I couldn't catch the structure.
You're still catching the structure. All right, let's get it pretty, work out the keys to it. Let's work out, and then you're going to be singing like freaking, like you two are going to be, this one's you two. So we're doing a male, female type thing. So it's going to be very much like a Frank Sinatra kind of vibe. So you're free from the guitar now, brother. You can sing. This one. That one. Do you want to sit over there, trade spaces? Do you want to be on bass with this, or what are you thinking?
You can play acoustic.
Let's trade it. Do you want to play bass with this one, or what are you thinking? You want to play electric for this one? Okay, someone gonna need to play bass on this. Okay, cool.
Just give the keys, most.
All right, because I mean, this one is definitely an acoustic guitar situation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, Saki, do you want to trade guitars there or something? Maybe. That's not. There's nothing wrong with trading instruments, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
He already has his bass line.
He already knows the bass line. Teach it to me.
Let me try acoustic.
Okay, yeah. So the no discrimination. It's on here for sure. It's like. Wait. There it is. There's no place for hatred. All right, so this is in. It starts with D. So you guys have to work. It's actually in the key of A. But if you can figure out exactly what he's doing there with your keys, that would be beautiful. Put on regular piano for this, I think. Regular old grand. Hey? Of course you can play that. Yeah, bro. Grab it. Go mental. And I hear like it's. Yeah, baby. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. One world united. Yeah, keep it splashy, you know.
One desire.
Yeah. That's nice. Let me help you there with it. Let's make a better world for everyone. All right, bring it way down.
There's no place for hatred. No, 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 no. No room for discrimination. Oh, there's so many ways to love. Oh, if you use your imagination.
Let's make a better world for
better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Like that.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Alright, now your turn.
One word, united.
Wait a little, yeah.
One beating heart, one desire to come together and stand in arms. Standing together, we can make it far.
Chorus.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
We can change the world if we use our words. Oh, we can be our best selves for you, for me, for everyone. We can start with ourselves, with the way we walk, the way we talk, and the way we live. Oh, kindness is the greatest gift.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Yeah, we'll figure out an ending there and get that tight. Sweet. Yeah, the chorus, yeah. We need to take, like, we're flattening a little bit on there, so we need to bring her up to... Yeah, exactly. Because I think you're still singing in the original thing, which is a little flat, so we just need to bring her up. Yes, my brother.
Because I was feeling it, but I couldn't.
Hear anything else? Are you sharing the same with Alright. Yeah, let's just try the chorus. Let's just try. I just want to play the bass for me, and just the bass and the voices. Let's just get that nice together. So I just want to hear bass guitar right now. Play me a loop on that guy.
Let's make a better world for everyone.
Let's try and pitch where I'm at.
Let's make a better world for everyone.
Yes.
Let's make a better world.
See that word? We want it to be instead of Just because we have to be careful with the harmony, because it sometimes falls flat and then it turns the whole thing. You're one of the leading voices. I'm not actually singing this. So you two need to find it perfectly together. So if she does the harmony, you do that root, we're gonna be winning. Yeah, yeah. Cool. All right, he's got it. All right, let's find that all together. Let's make a better world for everyone. Try to match me, and then she'll do the harmony. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Let's make a better world.
What you got? What you got?
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
That's nice.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
That sounds nice, bro.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Try your verse out, brother.
One world, unite. One beat, one desire to come together and stand in arms. Standing together, we can make it far. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
We can change the world.
It's the same. We are clashing, eh?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there in time. It's basically getting that old. It's just flatten it a little bit because try to aim for that little bit higher because you're kind of going from middle or top, and if you just
Let's make a better world. Maybe the key or what?
Let's make a better world. Try that. Does that work for you?
Let's make a better world for everyone.
That's really nice.
And at the first part, it's not better world for everyone. It goes down.
Let's make a better world. Okay.
Everyone to live in.
Okay.
Let's make a better world for everyone. So let's see. I'm just gonna sing between me and him, and I just want to try and match where I'm at.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in.
Let's make a better world for everyone. Cool. Like, try it just like that. 1, 2, 3, and. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Join in there. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Alright, just me and you a second. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's try one of your verses.
We can change the world. If it is our way, we can be ourselves. For you, for me, for everyone. We can start with ourselves, with the way we walk, the way we talk, and the way we live. Kindness is the greatest gift to give.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Play a little guitar there, Saki. Let's make a and then another verse. Yeah. Cool, cool. Are you getting hot in this bitch? Oh yeah. G-Money, can we take a break and get some heat off us?
Sorry, say again?
Can we get to take a break and take some heat off
Yes,
us?
let's do that. Let's turn on that aircon as well, because I'm assuming it's probably pretty hot in there by now. But
I'm
yeah,
dying.
sounding great. Let's take a little break.
I'm dying. That's got to be you, because you're the lead here. Yeah, man. So you gotta get that. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make
make a better world for everyone. Okay. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone. Living. For everyone, that's the last one. For everyone, better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Yes, let's make a better world for everyone to live in.
better world for everyone to live in.
I left my verse there. Are we doing it over? Or
Let's make a better world. Groovy to jazzy.
And the key.
Hey?
And the key as well.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world. Yeah, get your words. Yeah, everyone. If you guys can loop that so long, I want to get it typed with this cat. Yeah, loop that guy like. You don't want to do it that one? Oh, you're talking about Better World.
Which one are we doing?
Better World. Tuxedo, yeah.
What is a tuxedo?
It's just got that tuxedo vibe.
And we are back, guys. It has been a blast. Day one, online workshop and exhibition live from Nautilus Studios. This is the first of its kind, giving you, the viewer, a chance to glimpse what's happening behind the scenes. And day one, it has been. This has been made possible by National Arts Council of Namibia, and this is the first of its kind. You get to see what happens in studio. So guys, please be sure to check us out on Facebook, that is at All Ears Nam, and also on Instagram at All Ears Nam. I'm joined today by Gernot, the head engineer, and also the engineer for the All Ears production throughout the week. Day one has been a blast. We have been setting up drums, and it's been crazy for you. So what is your feedback for day one so far?
I'm very happy with what we managed to achieve today. We were on schedule. We managed to get into some detail on some of the recording techniques and the microphone placements and just general. Like I really enjoyed also talking to Adam about different pieces of equipment, how he uses them live, how we use them in the studio. And I think we managed to get a really nice sound together for the band now. They can all hear themselves. They seem to be having a blast. Still jamming behind us here.
Yeah, I can hear them.
Yeah, no, I was really excited to see the energy. I went to the reception a couple of times, and they were busy writing songs, writing lyrics, jamming out, and that's what we like to see, right?
True.
That's what this whole thing is about: is creating a space where inspiration can just take off,
right?
And where creativity gets, yeah.
So basically, day one was just to give you a layer of what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. To lay the foundation of all the technical stuff, so that tomorrow when we start recording and we actually start properly working on the songs, everything's set already, right? So we can just focus on the music, focus on the creativity, and we don't have to worry about the technical stuff anymore. Or we'll tweak here and there, right? But yeah, we've got a solid sound. Adam and I are really happy with the snare in particular. There was the drums are both of us love playing drums, recording drums, mixing drums. So drum sound is really important for us, and the rest of the instruments are coming together as we can hear. There's fire in the room, right? That's always exciting. Yeah. So I'm a happy chap here.
So I mean, the drums is the first thing you set up. That's the first thing.
It's the most complicated, so it's good to get that out of the way first. And then layer on top of it.
And I mean, throughout this live stream, you get to learn, get to see what happens from a drum setup to the miking and all that.
Yeah, I hope there was a lot of information out there for the viewers that might not have been part of the studio session before, to see how does this happen, how do these instruments kind of sound on their own, sound isolated. Sorry. Yeah, and then for tomorrow, I mean, today we ran into a couple of snags, right? We had the guitar amp that was sounding a bit weird, so we might still do something about that. And then obviously the live stream, our internet was struggling a little bit today. We got some comments that it was lagging, and we actually looked into that and realized we need a lot faster line. So tomorrow morning we're sorting out some better internet so that you'll have a smooth stream tomorrow.
So tomorrow we coming to you guys straight, and it's giving you that whole vibe. It's really awesome, guys. And do know tomorrow from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. all ears. That means all ears, fully in tune to what's happening. And I cannot explain the feeling right now that I'm getting. You have a bunch of artists, and it's live stream, and this is like raw.
This is raw, right?
You get to hear what's happening. In studio, you know.
We were, it's a bit of a risky move, right? Who knows? But throw a bunch of musicians in the room and see what happens. But we saw what happens now, and I'm also really happy to see that in between, when people, they took a break, but it didn't take 5 minutes for people to get back into the room, get back on the instruments, and just start jamming out, right? And that's what this is all about, like creating an environment where ideas can just flow, right? And that's exactly what's happening. So I'm super happy. We from Nautilus, that's exactly what we want to have happen here.
As a head engineer, what's your highlight for the day?
Highlight for the day? Probably working with Adam. Yeah, it's great. I'm really excited that he's my wingman on this. He's actually like on the mixer right now.
Is he mixing?
He's sitting. Shout out to Adam. He's sitting over there, making sure everything's sounding tight. So this is also first time for him in the studio here. So we're actually today we've been talking a lot about the workflow on our mixer with the patch bay and all of that, he's picked it up really quickly. Obviously, because
So
he
basically,
deals with really complex live mixers all the time, right?
so basically, what the audience is seeing is you get to see what happens in studio, like from the writing, the recording, and then basically what's happening in the mixing room as well.
Yes. So we're gonna get more in depth in that on the last day, particularly when we're gonna mix the 3 songs that we're
So
recording.
this will be mixed down, and where is it gonna go? I mean,
Where is it gonna go? So might as well lead with that. So what the songs that we're gonna record here, we actually want to make the multi-tracks available for the audience online, so that they can download the individual files. So they'll have the kick, snare, toms, all the individual tracks, and can download them and mix them at home themselves. And when we do the mixing workshop on Friday, they can open it up themselves, mix along, get some pointers, and compare, and just play with it and see what you can get out of it. So who knows, if there's interest, we might even we might even take a couple of submissions and hear what the audience is doing with those mixes. That would be really awesome to see. So if you guys wanna do that, if you wanna get a mix, try your own hand at it, give us a shout out and we'll make it happen.
guys, there you have it, and be sure all ears that's on Instagram, check us out on social media, all ears on Facebook, and all ears also on Instagram as well. Coming to you live, Nautilus Studio. This is day 1. See you guys tomorrow.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. One world united, one beating heart, one desire, one desire to come together and stand in arms, standing together we can make it far. 1, 2, 3. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Saki, tell me a story about it. harmonies together. It's coming together. It's coming together. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. We'll do an outro. The idea with the outro would be great. It'd be like, let's make a better world for everyone. Yeah. Exactly. We'll make it like super like one of those big crescendo. Let's make a better world for everyone. Alright, let's try smiling eyes whilst we still have energy in us. So try it on that F sharp like yeah. Yeah, you can use that one if you want. Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah. try it again. Now I'm stuck between two things here. Now, are we gonna start with a bass and drum intro or the guitar? Because what you guys just did was cool. Hey, you want to do with the bass? All right, let's hit it. Hey, so you two, let's get weird. Hey! And then you come in. And then you can come in with us.
Your smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. Your smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. Your smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. Your smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. Lock me down in my home, got no place to go now. I've been seeing smiling eyes everywhere I go now. Your smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. Your smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. Your smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. Your smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me.
Je glimlach. Je glimlach, dit maakt my dag. Elke dag wat ek sit en vir jou inwag. Jou oë wat blink soos 'n ster in nag. My heelal, my sterre wag. Breinkrag om my sterk te maak. Die lang pad om my ver te vat. Jou drukkies om 'n weg te rat. Dis jou glimlach wat ek kom wag.
You will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing, smiling back at me. The smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you'll be. The world's gone crazy, but for me it stayed the same. I'm still wearing this smiling eyes on my face, like a butterfly rising from my cloak, and watch the universe healing unfold.
Smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. The smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me.
One, two, three,
Spreading smiles everywhere I go. With love, we can do anything. The world will smile one day and see. Your smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. The smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you will see staring back at me. The smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you will see staring back at me. The smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you will see staring back at me.
One, two, three, hey.
Jou glimlach, dit maak my dag. Elke dag wat ek sit en vir jou inwag. Jou oë wat blink soos 'n ster in nag. My heelal, my sterre wag. Breinkrag om my sterk te maak. Die lang pad om my ver te vat. Jou drukkies om dit in te wag. As jou glimlach wat ek op wag. Like afwas.
Hey, we'll work it all into the structure of the song as we record bit by bit. Yeah. In a rap, I think that should be really tight, because you don't want anything that overshadows the rap. So the main thing is being
Bantu gaan ons, Bantu gaan ons. Bantu gaan ons, Kella.
The smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. The smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me.
Jou glimlach, dit maak my dag. Elke dag wat ek sit en vir jou inwag. Jou oë wat blink soos 'n ster in nag, my heelal. My sterre wag. Bring krag om my sterk te maak. Die lang pad om het weer te vat. Die drukkies om een weg te raak. Dis jou glimlach wat ek opwag.
Smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me. The smiling eyes are all that you will ever see. The smiling eyes are all that you'll be seeing staring back at me.
Ek voel dit.
Yeah.
We're going to work out an exact structure because obviously when we're tracking the thing, we're not playing it live. We're doing it bit by bit. We're going to do drums, we're going to do bass,
And then we're going to do vocals live.
And then we're going to do vocals. So we can also cut the loop and decide, oh, we actually want to put that there.
Ja, ek sal môre gaan op toe.
Let's the outside toilet. Yeah, add a bit more to it. Yeah. All right. All right, sweet. Should we try and do the other song and get that one feeling good? The heal the world, obviously, that kind of thing. Better place, okay. Huh? The other song we're doing. We're only doing 2 songs, guys. It's for you. Let's make a better world for everyone. The other one, we only got 2 songs. Oh, we do have the other one, but I don't know if Mike's gonna change everything. Okay, cool. All right, sweet. Should we try that Better World song? Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's try it one more time. All right, let's get the sound as smooth. So, Saki, you remember the chords? And I remember let's try a thing. I'm going to try and sing the way you're thinking to sing lower. And because then and I'll show you what I mean. Because I think you'll nail it. So take it nice and soft. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Try that.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Try singing.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in.
Let's make a better world for everyone.
That's nice. Do it again. Do it again.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Let's start with your discrimination line. Let's start there.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Okay, cool. She's up. Let's go.
There's no room.
Yeah.
There's no place for hatred. No, 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 no. No room for discrimination. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's so many ways to love. Oh, if you use your imagination.
Chorus, yeah.
Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Let's make a better world.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone.
Taking that so slow, you know.
One world united. One beat heart. One desire.
3 and
To come together
and stand in arms.
standing together.
We can
Make it far.
1, 2, 3.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world.
Let's hear some keys up in here. Alright, let's try your other lines.
We can change the world if we use our words. We can be our best selves for you, for me, for everyone. We can start with ourselves, with the way we walk, the way we talk, and the way we live. Kindness is the greatest gift to give.
Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. a better world for everyone to live in. Let's make a better world for everyone. Let's make a better world for everyone to live in.
Big ending crescendo.
Let's make a better world for
Sounding better each time. Sounding better each time. Yeah, man. Alright, shall we just have some fun with lockdown reggae just for ourselves?
Is it my voice not too low on this voice? Because it's like the key, I'm going too low, and I cannot hear myself.
Yeah, well, we have to also, I mean, obviously, once we start tracking.
It's too low for the, True,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it is softer. G Money.
Yeah.
G can't hear nothing. G Money ain't even listening. So shall we just have fun with a bit of
and make it clear.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get you pushed up. You guys want to try we want to try lockdown reggae just for fun, but like our own version just for fun. You know? All right, so
Yo, awesome stuff, guys. Really awesome stuff. We're probably gonna call it a night, eh?
oh yeah, I'm down with that, man. I gotta touch somebody.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Let's do it.
Nothing. Let's just do a lockdown reggae just for funsies. Which is lockdown reggae. Lockdown reggae. I can put your own groove on that, you know. Let's do one of those one drop, you know. Chuck. So we did it. It was C minor and B. That's the yeah. So just C minor and B.
It's like a
Like check. Let's hear that guitar. Get that guitar started so we can feel it. And it was in C minor, I think.
But it's a bit faster, most like ska this one.
Yeah, C sharp. Yeah, lockdown reggae. Lockdown reggae. Lockdown reggae.
Lockdown reggae.
Lockdown reggae.
Rock and reggae. Lockdown
reggae.
Let's have fun.
And then let's have some fun, yeah. Lockdown reggae.
Lockdown
reggae.
Oh yeah.
Lockdown reggae. Let's have some fun.
Lockdown reggae. Come, let's have some fun.
That's it.
Lockdown reggae.
Come, let's have some fun. Lockdown reggae. Come, let's have some fun. Lockdown reggae. Come, let's have some fun. Lockdown reggae. Come, let's have some fun. Everybody was dancing to the music and the feeling like the grooving this morning. Feeling like the tom-tom comes on dancing this evening. And I got myself, I'm feeling like the grooving it get me going, baby, gonna move into the morning it come. Come on, fine, gonna sing the songs fine and come. Hey, we're gonna lock down reggae. Come, let's have some fun. Lock down reggae. Come, let's have some fun. Okay. Lock down reggae. Come, let's have some fun. Lock down reggae. You wanna make something up?
No, I'm fine.
Zabo do de, babo do de. Zabo do de da. Eh, boo de boo Sábado de budumbadeira. Oi, oi, oi.
Are you ready now? Put on your dancing shoes. Cause we gonna have a party. Are you ready now? We're gonna rock and reggae. We're gonna rock down reggae. Rock down reggae. Come down, have some fun. Rock down reggae. Come down, have some fun. Rock down reggae.
Come, let's have some fun.
Rock down reggae. Come, let's have some fun.
I'm feeling in the morning and you get outside and coming in the morning and you step outside, you're gonna feel
Come along, come along, come along, come along, come along.
the groove and you're getting in your mind, you're gonna
Come along, come along.
gonna rock down in the morning with me come ways around. Come along, come along, come along, have some fun.
Come along, come along, come along, have some fun. Come along, come along, come along, have some fun. Come along, come along, come along, have some fun.
Ja. Ja. Mans maak dop, maar is ingehok. Niks aan Mupanda, hy's fokkeljop. En sanitize, sit 'n masker op. Ons korte tops op ons blok. Tussen 4 mure vir 24 ure. R50 biere by die nuwe biere. Ja, dit is klein bietjie duurne. Prys van die tyd so, dis heeltyd ure. Vang so die fiewe. Wingergriep, hy's laat aan wakker so hy's heeldag diep. Kykie van die baan, nou sy heeldag siek. Vir 2 rye spore in die voet geskiet. Vir 'n lekker tyd, as jy nou lekker spyt. Nou lekker wonder, o ja, lekker jy. Van lekker bly, as mos nou lekker uit. Maar lekker kry, het die weg gebly.
Rock down reggae. Come, let's have some fun. Rock down reggae. Come, let's have some fun. Rock down reggae. Come, let's have some fun. Rock down reggae. Come, let's have some fun.
Day one was packed, from drum setups to rehearsals. This was the first day. Day one workshop live from Nautilus Studios, Sagarias, Namibia. Proudly brought to you by Nautilus Studios and corporate events gear. Special thanks to Natural Arts Council for making this possible. And no, tomorrow will be live again from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Be sure with all ears to check out our pages on All Ears NAM and also Instagram at All Ears NAM as well. Tomorrow, same time, same place. All ears tuning in.